Development Control Committee meeting today, the 3rd of December 2025. And before we begin the formal meeting, there's always a little bit of housekeeping I'll have to go through. Could I please ask that all phones are on silent or in flight mode or switched off, please? I said this once and it was my phone that went off during the meeting. But I have checked myself, I'm in flight mode, so please, if you wouldn't mind. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. So if any members of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I stress, the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So if anybody is concerned, could you indicate now? Okay, that's fine. Thanks very much indeed. I used to make this comment, members, by saying, I'm not sure this is necessary, but I still think it's necessary just to remind members how to use the microphones, which you press to get into the queue, and then when I call you, you will go live. So please do your very best. Today, the agenda has two parts, Part A and B, and Part A consists solely of the application Land West of Mildenhall, and Part B will not be starting before 1 o'clock. As always, we welcome those attending as registered speakers and likewise those in our public gallery observing the meeting. For those who may not have attended a formal committee meeting before, the process we will operate in respect of each application on the agenda today, we will commence with the officer presentation, following which those registered to speak will address the committee. And once the registered speakers have concluded, committee members will debate the application and vote on a decision. Only those registered speakers may verbally address the committee, and they may only do so under the public speaking part of the meeting. I do understand that there may be some strong feelings about a particular application, this one or any other one. And in this regard, I ask that we treat each other with politeness and respectfully. I would like to confirm, in light of press coverage concerning the application on Part A of this meeting, that all due process was carried out in relation to this application. The agenda was published in line with the legal requirements, and all interested parties were issued correspondence advising them of the meeting date, as we do for all applications to be considered by the Development Control Committee. And finally, we will fit in a comfort break, as is likely to go on for most of the morning, and I'm suggesting that we will have a comfort break after this public speaking has ended and before we begin the committee debate. But let's see how we get on. So, we begin the formal meeting. So, apologies for absence, please, Helen.
Chair, we have apologies from councillors Rachel Hood and Jim Thorndike. And if I may advise that there's no substitutes for either present.
Okay. So I won't ask that question. Right. We've got the minutes of the meeting held on the 5th of November. Are there any comments or corrections for those minutes, please? No? Okay. A proposer for the minutes unamended. I think Councillor Miller-Jones just beat you to it, but a seconder, please. Councillor London. So, the minutes for the 5th of November, proposed by Councillor Miller-Jones, unamended, and seconded by Councillor London. Can I see a show of hands in favour of the minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes are accepted.
Thank you, Claire. Right, we're now at the point of declarations of interest, which is item 4 on the agenda. And I always read this out, and I always trip over one or two words, so bear with me. Members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registerable or non-registerable interest which they have in any item of business on the agenda no later when that item is reached, and when appropriate, to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. Could I ask if there are any declarations of interest? Councillor Neal, please.
Thank you, Chair. I sat on the local plan working group that allocated housing development for Mildenhall. I feel homes for local people is important, but does not make me predetermined. I made public comments a very long time ago, and I've since attended many meetings with officers holding an open mind on all aspects of the application. I will listen to the presentation and the debate with an open mind.
Thank you, Councillor Neil, for declaring that in the interest of openness and transparency. From what you've said, and provided you have an open mind, I don't see it precludes you from taking part today.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Councillor Neil. Right, we can now move on to the officer presentation, and Britta, you can begin your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to clarify that this presentation is a high-level overview of the application and its key elements and considerations. It does not cover every material consideration or the full detail of the assessment, which is set out in the committee report. The report remains the primary source of information for all planning matters, including policy compliance, technical assessments, consultation responses from the public and consultees, and the full set of recommended planning conditions and agreed heads of terms. During the debate, officers will try their best to answer any questions from members on points that are not addressed in the slides or that require further explanation. Tiny bit of housekeeping from me as well. The report did not include an agreed extension of time. This has been updated and is now set as target for the 10th of December to allow for consideration today. There have been 3 late representations since the officer report or the committee agenda was published, which have been uploaded to the online file. However, they raised no new concerns. And then there is a correction in the report in paragraph 10.3. I noted that the council has a 6.8-year housing land supply. However, the last report at the time of report writing was from February 2025 and it should have said 6.1. However, we've got a further update this very Monday. The policy team have published a updated 5-year housing land supply statement, and that confirms a 6-year housing land supply for West Suffolk Council, which includes this application site. The application before us this morning is a hybrid application and is for development west of Mildenhall, north and south of West Row Road. The outline application is for residential development of up to 1,000 dwellings, a care home unit up to 80 bed, employment land, a local centre, land for a primary school and 2 early years facilities, for public open space, including 10 hectares of suitable alternative natural green space, which I will refer to as SANG in the rest of the presentation, landscaping and associated infrastructure and demolition. The full element of the hybrid application is for means of access to the northern parcel of the site, which requires the reconfiguration of the existing safe pack site and a replacement yard, and the alterations to James Carter Road and Fred Dunnett Road. On the right-hand side here, we've got the location plan for the application with the larger parcel around West Row Road and then the northern parcel of the existing industrial estate. Moving on to the context plan, with some of the site constraints highlighted. The application site lies west of the Market Town Mildenhall, north and south of West Row Road, with West Row to the west, Barton Mills and Worlington to the south and southeast, RAF Mildenhall and further north, Beck Row and Hollywell Row, and to the east of the application site here, we've got large expanses of European designated sites. That's the SPA, the Breckland SPA and Special Area of Conservation. Then we've got within the slide here, the RAF Mildenhall and Lakenheath noise contours to the north, the flat zone indicated in blue here to the south of the site, which basically sweeps around the River Lark. The brown circle is a buffer zone around an Anglian water facility, and in pink dotted here, we've got listed buildings. The most notable one is Wammel Hall Farm to the southwest of the application site. The dotted lines are existing public rights of ways and byways, and in red here we've got the Mildenhall Conservation Area. The application site is not new to the planning process. It was previously allocated under policy SA4A of the site allocations plan and is now part of policy AP16 in the adopted West Suffolk local plan. I will come to that in a moment. A master plan for West Mildenhall was subject to 2 public consultations and was adopted in 2022. And this application broadly aligns with that framework. The parameter plans before you today reflect the principles of that master plan, ensuring the development comes forward in a comprehensive and policy compliant way. So these drawings here are from the adopted master plan and outline the sort of framework within which the any application coming forward for the allocated site should be made. Here we've got the phasing plan within the approved master plan on the left-hand side, and the broad phasing plan for this current application. So you will see that there's a minor change to phase 1, which is the blue phase and includes now larger parts of the Sang, and the green phase 5 is not included in this current application. This is land referred to as Folly Farm and is under different land ownership, and I understand negotiations are ongoing, and this current application has in any case been put forward in a way that it would not prejudice this site, this phase 5, to come forward, either promoted by the current landowner or, if a land deal can be made later, by the applicant. The new West Suffolk local plan was adopted in July this year. The relevant policies are set out in the committee report, page 42 and 43, and are addressed throughout the report. The allocation policy updates the former allocation policy, SA4A, as I've said before, and which was for 97 hectare and included the Mildenhall hub development. This is now no longer part of this application, simply because it has already been built out and fully operational. Policy AP16 sets the framework for this allocated site. It allocates around 81 hectare for residential-led mixed-use development, including approximately 1,300 homes. A minimum of 5 hectare of employment land and at least 10 hectare of suitable alternative natural green space. It requires the provision of older persons accommodation or care home, custom and self-built plots, a local centre, land for a primary school and 2 early years facilities, allotments, and a network of formal and informal open spaces with play areas and green infrastructure. The policy also demands sustainable travel connections within the site and to local destinations, links to the public rights of way network and connections to Five-Way Roundabout and RAF Mildenhall. It includes the requirement for highway mitigation to be addressed through a transport assessment, heritage and archaeology assessments, and requires the development to be in accordance with the adopted master plan. The application has been subject to 2 full rounds of consultation. The first followed the submission in January 2024, and the second took place in January 2025 after an amended plans pack was received, including supporting information as required by consultation responses after the first round of consultation. Across both consultations, we've received 42 representations, 32 objections, 8 neutral comments and 2 in support. A detailed summary of these responses is included in the officer report from page 40 onwards. Objections have been received from Mildenhall Town Council and the surrounding parish councils Beckrow and Worlington, mostly on highways grounds. Barton Mills Parish Council offered no comments, while Westrow Parish Council supports the application, and comments have been received from MP Nick Timothy, which also highlights traffic concerns. A summary of the consultation responses, the statutory consultation responses, is set out in the report from page 22 onwards. But to recap, the statutory consultees raised no outstanding objections. Natural England and the Environment Agency, Suffolk County Council as Highway Authority, and others are satisfied subject to conditions and mitigation secured by planning obligations. Sport England withdrew its objection, and Active Travel England has recommended conditional approval. All technical concerns have been addressed or will be secured through planning conditions and Section 106 obligations. Moving on to some photos to provide some context. These photos show the existing landscape and key boundaries and views from public rights and of ways and adjacent areas of the application site. The photos show the northern part of the site within the existing industrial estate, focusing on the safe pack facilities here. And this area at the bottom here is the northern parcel of the application site where the employment land extension is proposed. These photos show the northern part of the site, looking along the edge of the existing Comet Way development here, and across here. Where's the pointer? There. Across here to the post-employment land. You can see the open fields that form part of the allocation and the proximity to the established homes, which is important for understanding the context and the connectivity and how the design will manage this interface. An existing path with street lighting runs along this established green edge, which links to the existing housing. So this is a path that runs along this boundary here, and there are a couple of existing links from this green path or edge of the development into the existing Comet Way residential estate. This is a view of the junction serving the Mildenhall hub at Childricks Way and Queensway, which is a key access point for the college, leisure facilities and emergency services. The transport assessment confirms that this junction will continue to operate within capacity with the development in place, and no major physical changes are therefore proposed here. The widening of that junction has been considered, but it was discounted as it would compromise pedestrian and cyclist safety. At this junction, the existing zebra crossing here is proposed to be upgraded to include cyclist crossing to improve connectivity to the hub. This is the end of public footpath 25, which at present kind of stops dead at West Row Road with no connection to an existing link. And this part of footpath 25 is proposed to be stopped up such that the new shared pedestrian and cycling facilities on site will link to the existing shared facilities serving the access to the hub. So this bit here is currently a sort of shortcut that a lot of kids use to get to the college and dog walkers to get back to the Comet Way estate. So this would be blocked up and a improved toucan crossing provided in this location here, and like I said, the existing zebra crossing would be upgraded to facilitate cyclists as well. Here we can see the open field south of West Row Road, where the southern part of phase 1 of the development is proposed. This first phase will deliver the initial housing parcels, the local centre, the primary school and key infrastructure, including the eastern roundabout and part of the suitable alternative natural green space. The photos illustrate the current agricultural character of the land and its relationship to West Row Road. So on the right-hand side here, you've got a established mature hedge, including some trees, which will be retained. West Row Road will remain as is, with the addition of the 2 proposed roundabouts, and a segregated foot and cycle path would be provided within the current field margins. These 2 photos show the existing diverted public right-of-way, which is running around the existing multi-use games area, referred to as MUGA, near the hub, and it's looking towards the area here proposed for the primary school. This illustrates how the development will connect with existing community facilities and the wider rights of way network. The school site will be positioned to provide safe and direct walking and cycling links to the hub and surrounding neighbourhoods, supported by upgraded paths and crossings. These improvements will ensure strong integration between the new development and the existing facilities. This is pretty much from the same spot, but looking back from the other edge of the existing MUGA. So this area here is the area proposed for the primary school. And this is a part of the adjacent side of the hub side, which members are probably familiar with. So it just is to demonstrate the existing shared cycle and pedestrian facilities at the hub, and these existing facilities provide a strong base for the active travel links, and the development will build on this with improved crossing and safe links. Here we see the southeastern edge of the proposed development. In the first photo you can see the existing hedgerow up here, which is head on this hedge line here. So everything to the left of this hedgerow will be suitable alternative green space, and to the right, which I haven't captured much of, but this would be that large field here. And then on the bottom, we've got from that same spot a view back across the existing playing field at the hub, with the MUGA, with the floodlighting here, and then the hub building just beyond. And here we have views of the existing public rights of ways that run around the existing hub side. This is the view once you walk past the MUGA and playing field towards the River Lark. This is a view back across, again, the playing fields, just from the other end of the playing fields. A view of the public right-of-way looking towards West Row Road, So this sort of cluster of trees here is this area here in the plan. So it's the area beyond which the local centre is proposed. And on the bottom right here, we have a view from the edge of the fairly new pump truck across to the hub, and these trees here are already part of the trees along the River Lark. And then a few more views. Members will be familiar with this bit of the site, that's where the bus took us down Warmill Road, and we've parked up here for a moment to look across the edge of the application site here. And then this bit is the existing public right-of-way which links the hub and West Row. It is fully segregated, obviously the West Row, so that path is at the bottom, right at the bottom here, with arable fields and floodplains to the north, to the south, sorry. And this is a view of one of the existing public rights-of-ways that takes you from the from this public right-of-way down to the River Lark, which is an alternative option for walking and access to the countryside. These photos are taken from Warmill Road, the western boundary of the application site. The top photo is looking across the part of the application site south of West Row Road, and the second photo is the area of the Sang. So basically, again, this bit here is that large linear hedge with trees within, and I stood here and looked across this area. So that cluster of trees here would be where the local centre would be located, and we would have a fairly large green buffer on the left-hand side here with drainage infrastructure and a gateway entrance in the top corner here. This is the same hedge, but looking to the south across the area that is proposed for Sang and additional playing fields and a destination play space. And final photo slide. Here we have the northern end of Warmill Road, which is where the bus turned into the track, and this farmstead, agricultural dwelling, and some associated agricultural buildings are proposed for demolition to allow space for this gateway entrance and a SATS basin. This indicative layout plan was submitted with the application and is illustrative only. It is not for approval. It shows how the development could fit within the approved parameters, including a primary spine road linking the two parcels to the north and south of West Row Road, walkable neighbourhoods, and a clear hierarchy of streets and footpaths. It also indicates the broad distribution of housing, the local centre, the school site, employment land and green infrastructure throughout the development, including the public open spaces and The purpose is simply to demonstrate that the site can accommodate the proposed mix of uses in a comprehensive and policy compliant way. The application was submitted in support of 4 parameter plans, which are part of the approved plans, or recommended approved plans. The land use parameter plan sets out the distribution of key elements across the site. It defines areas for residential, the Sang, green infrastructure, as well as locations for community facilities and access points. The parameters establish the framework for future detailed design while ensuring compliance with policy and a balanced mix of uses. The access and movement parameter plan sets out the broad structure for movement across the site. It should be noted that access is a reserved matter, and the 2 primary accesses, the 2 roundabouts, have only been considered. However, the detail of these roundabouts would still be secured by condition. The access and movement plan shows the 2 primary roundabouts, the spine road alignment, indicative location for local connections, and a strong active travel network with segregated pedestrian and cycle routes linking to the hub, the Sang and the existing public right-of-way network. It also identifies a parking framework, including a drop-off area at the Sang, which would serve the primary school, and cycle parking in destinations where that would be expected, including the allotments and the local centre, etc. Further detail on street typologies and foot and cycle path are provided in the design and access statement, but they are all indicative at this stage. This slide shows the Safe Pack site, which is the full element of this application, and it includes the layout of the replacement yard. So the existing yard is in this area here, and this area here will be the replacement yard. This is to allow that new access road to run through the site and open up access to the proposed employment land. There are minor alterations to the existing building proposed, including 3 loading bays to the rear of the building, where there currently are just loading bays to the front. The full details include landscaping for screening and drainage arrangements and a defined container height limits, which would be up to 2 stacks high. These changes are designed to maintain operational functionality for the existing business while accommodating the realignment of Fred Dunnett Road to enable access to the employment land. This slide summarizes the access and movement strategy on site. As I've said multiple times now, the application proposes 2 new roundabouts off West Row Road, with a speed limit reduced to 30 miles per hour. A primary spine road will link these 2 roundabouts designed for bus operation and incorporating a segregated 2-metre foot and 3-metre cycleway. Access to the local centre and the school will be via a dedicated junction. So there'll be one junction between the 2 roundabouts to serve the local centre, and then within the side of the spine road will be access to the primary school. Details again will be subject to the resolved matters. The northern parcel will be accessed via the existing James Carter Road through the Safe Pack site, and it will be future-proofed for a potential Folly Farm link with temporary turning heads at the top of the residential development here, and a temporary turning head within the employment land here. Public transport improvements include enhanced bus frequency for services 200, 201 and 358, with bus stops on the Spine Road and West Row Road within 300 metres of most residential areas, featuring shelters, real-time passenger information and accessible curbs. All of these measures will be secured through the site-wide travel plan, which is controlled by Condition 53. The application was submitted in support of a transport assessment. This slide shows the junction assessed for as part of the transport assessment. The TA considered the impacts of the development on key junctions in and around the site, including the 2 proposed roundabouts and other critical locations across Mildenhall. This work informed the mitigation measures and highway improvements to be secured through conditions and obligations. So just to talk you through the junctions really quickly, these are obviously the 2 proposed roundabouts. Then we've got junction 13 and 14 in the north here, which is the double roundabout at the top of Field Road, College Heath Road, and leading into Hampstead Avenue, the industrial estate. And then we've got that snippet enlarged here, showing junction 7 and 8. Junction 7 is the top end of Queensway, where it meets High Street. And then junction 8 is the existing Police Station Square roundabout with the three arms coming from Kingsway and the A1101 from the north and High Street from the west. Then we've got junction 10 and 11. 10 is the traffic light operated T-junction at the top of College Heath Road. And junction 11 is the roundabout further towards the Five Ways roundabout where Brandon Road meets the A1101. And finally, junction 12, which is Five Ways roundabout. This slide outlines the off-site transport strategy. It includes 3 active travel corridors, 1 Queensway with widened shared paths and tiger crossings, then a hub and town centre link with upgraded crossings and a diverted footpath, and an employment link with a footway widening and junction upgrades should Folly Farm not come forward. Highway mitigation measures include improvements at Police Station Square, the Kingsway Brandon Road roundabout and the double roundabout at Field Road, Hampstead Avenue, all secured through Section 106 and conditions. Finally, the site-wide travel plan will manage sustainable travel with a fully funded travel plan coordinator and measures such as car clubs, cycle hire and free bus tickets secured through the travel plan. Just to delve into a bit of the mobility corridors quickly. So on this plan, we can see the application side here with the 3 corridors. So the central one here is Mobility Corridor 1, which is the corridor along Queensway. And it seeks to provide a continuous cycle and pedestrian connection wherever possible at least 3 metre width from the application side to the town centre. Then we've got Mobility Corridor 2, which is this bit here, and that connects the application side through the existing hub facilities with the realignment of the footpath that I've explained earlier, an upgrade of that existing route, and improved crossing facilities on High Street. There currently is only a fairly misaligned zebra crossing. So that would all be explored and subject to highway safety audits. And finally, the Mobility Corridor 3, which would facilitate the existing footpaths and pavements through the existing residential estate and parts of the industrial estate. There would be improved crossing facilities, and on the top of Folly Road here, there currently is a bollard to stop cars from running and a curb. And as part of this proposal, that would all be improved to ensure better cyclist and pedestrian access there. This, however, will only be necessary if within the time frame of this development being built out, noting that the employment land is within phase 3, this link as envisaged by the master plan has not already been provided. Moving on to the off-site proposed highway improvements. So here we have Police Station Square, which is a small roundabout where several busy roads meet and which already experiences congestion at peak times. Currently, queues are around 17 cars long, and with the development proposed, they could increase to about 24 cars, which is still within capacity but close to the limit. If queues become too long, they risk blocking nearby roads and causing gridlock. To address this, the roundabout will be enlarged to improve traffic flow and provide improved crossing facilities for highway safety. The next junction along, junction 7 here, is another problematic one, and it will see an overall small increase in traffic. The current queues are around 6 to 8 cars, and with the development may rise to 8 to 10 cars, which still remains within capacity. So in this area here, no physical changes are proposed. The proposed Mobility Corridor 1 would link to, and that is off plan now, to New Street, which is just on the corner here. You would have seen that on the site visit. This slide shows the linked mini roundabouts at Field Road and Hampstead Avenue. Without any improvements to this roundabout, and in the no development scenario, the queues could reach nearly 188 vehicles at peak time, and this junction would operate over capacity, causing severe congestion. The mitigation proposed here is to widen the approach lanes from 1 to 2 within the highway boundary with minor footway alignments. And with these measures and the proposed development, the junction will operate similar to how it operates today. So the traffic flow and will remain as it is at present. So there will be nil detriment. This slide shows the Kingsway and Brandon Road mini roundabout, and which is a key road to the town and the A11 via Five Ways roundabout. Today it works well, but it is busy at peak times. With the development, queues could grow from about 14 cars to 21, bringing it close to capacity. The proposed mitigation is to widen the approach and add entry flares to improve flow while keeping pedestrian crossings safe. These changes will bring queues back to the current level and keep traffic moving smoothly. Finally, as part of the offsite measures, a sustainable travel link to RAF Milden Hall is proposed. This includes an offsite 3-metre wide cycleway and footway along West Row Road from the edge of the development to the West Row Gate. The exact tie-in locations will be agreed with the Defence Infrastructure Organisation, but the aim is to provide a safe, continuous route connecting the development with the airbase, which is one of the main employers in the area. Moving on to the third parameter plan. So we've now looked at the land use parameter plan, the access and movement parameter plan, and this is the green infrastructure parameter plan, and on the right-hand side, the SANG concept plan. The GI parameter plan sets out the network of green spaces across the site, including structural planting, play areas, and ecological corridors. The SANG concept plan illustrates how the southern area will provide high-quality natural green space with circular walking routes, habitat enhancements, and features such as dog exercising areas. Together, these plans ensure biodiversity, recreation, and compliance with policy requirements for green infrastructure. And within the SANG, I go back to that slide, is indicated a large sustainable urban drainage. I call it basin. However, this area is extremely shallow. It's no more than 1 in 12, and it will be entirely grassed, including the infiltration trench, such that the whole area will be accessible all year round. Moving on to some of the key green spaces. So here we've got the Western Gateway and the Northern Green Space. The Western Gateway creates a strong landscaped entrance with structural planting and green buffers, framing the views into the side. The Northern Green Space provides a generous green corridor with retained hedgerows, new tree planting and informal play areas, ensuring a soft edge to the countryside and maintaining visual amenity. These spaces also support biodiversity and active travel connections. The east-west green space, which will be sort of central to the site here. It will be a key landscaped corridor through the site. It includes foot and cycle paths, tree planting, and again retained hedgerows. It will create a green link for recreation and biodiversity while connecting the new homes. And finally, the southern green space. This will provide a key landscape area near the local centre and the school, and includes footpath and cycleways, another play area, a neighbourhood play area in this case, an orchard and structural planting, creating a multifunctional space for recreation and biodiversity. Moving on to the final parameter plans. On the left, we've got the density parameter plan, and on the right is the story height parameter plan. The densities will range from 15 to 55 dwellings per hectare, with higher densities focused around the local centre, and building heights will vary from 2.5 to up to 4 stories, with the employment area allowing up to 12 metres. These parameters ensure that the development aligns with the approved design principles as set out in the master plan. In terms of character areas, the adopted master plan already indicated that there would be these 7 different kind of types of areas, with yellow being the millside character, green being the sort of edge of the development, called the fen edge, and then more central, we've got the market town and local centre character area with the school site and employment land, and the employment land to the north here. These areas help shape the identity of the scheme and guide the detailed design as it comes forward. So I will just really quickly run through the indicative character areas. The millside character area, it illustrates the intended layout, building types and design features, including detached and terraced homes up to 2.5 story, with a landscaped character that blends with the local species. This slide shows the fen edge character area. It features a mix of detached and terraced homes up to 2.5 story, with a soft landscape character and links to the public open space. So that will be, like I said, on the sort of edge of development. It'll be much looser, less dense, with lower heights as well. And then the central market town character area, which includes a mix of detached, semi-detached and terraced homes, with some apartments and up to 3 stories. And there'll be a more formal landscape with structural planting and, of course, much higher densities. This slide shows the local centre, the heart of the market town area. It is intended to include shops with apartments above, a plaza for potential markets and events, and links to the school and play areas, creating a focal point for the community life. The detailed uses of the local centre will be subject to a local centre strategy, which will be secured by a condition. The primary school is intended to be delivered in phases, starting early in the development, with capacity for up to 420 pupils, and a preschool. A further early years facility will be located within the local centre. The design of the primary school includes sports pitches, a play area, and strong walking and cycling links with the existing facilities and the wider site. The employment area is shown on the parameter plan, covering an area of 5 hectares, and it will provide a mix of uses, including light industrial, storage and distribution, with potential for 300 to 400 jobs to support the local economy. It is integrated with residential areas via the active travel routes and service access. Delivery will be subject to an approved employment land strategy as required by condition. The proposal has been assessed against all relevant local plan policies and is broadly compliant. The site allocation, care provision, education, design and layout fully accord with policy. Housing delivery, the employment land and transport are compliant subject to conditions, including affordable housing, the employment land strategy and access improvements. Further checks confirm compliance on ecology and green infrastructure, health and well-being, flood risk and drainage, and phasing, all subject to conditions. Community engagement has been undertaken and feedback incorporated since the master plan and during the application stage. Overall, the scheme is considered policy compliant and in accordance with paragraph 11 of the MPPF should be approved without delay unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In weighing the planning balance, the identified harms include the loss of farmland, limited heritage impacts, health infrastructure concerns, increased traffic and connectivity risks. These are all assessed as limited or very limited in weight. Against this, the benefits carry substantial weight. Delivery of up to 1,000 homes, including 40% affordable housing, economic growth through the employment land and job creation, and significant local infrastructure such as schools, open space and open space. Added benefits include biodiversity gain, transport improvements, and now I can't scroll down. How do I get to the last slide now, Penny? We can get back. I don't know what I did. Sorry. Oh, I don't know what we've done. You might have it. You can talk us through the other slide, Peter. Okay. No, I'm not sure what's happened. Unless Lewis knows the answer. Is he here?
Lewis is coming. He's coming.
Is it because it's come
Oh, isn't it?
Oh, hang on. Is it because it's done this?
Just bear with us, please. We're there.
Apologies.
There you go.
Hang on a minute. Let's just wait a second. Can I pull that across? No, just flick through it. Yes, so added benefits include biodiversity net gain, transport improvements and climate measures like EV charging points and SUDS infrastructure. Overall, the benefits are considered to clearly outweigh the harm. In conclusion, the planning balance shows that the substantial benefits outweigh the identified harms and the scheme is policy compliant. The recommendation is to approve the hybrid application for land west of Milton Hall, subject to completion of the Section 106 agreement, securing affordable housing, education contribution, healthcare, rights of way improvements and strategic access management. Planning conditions will also cover design and phasing, open space, ecology, and biodiversity net gain, drainage and flood risk, and measures for highways, air quality and construction management, as set out on page 104 and 108 of the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Britta, for the presentation. Right, we're now at the point when we would invite our public speakers to address the committee. I've got Norman Ferguson as a local resident. I'll come back to you in a second when I've gone through the list, Norman. Councillor Gareth Roberts, Milton Hall High Tech, welcome. And then I've got Councillor Ian Shipp, known to most of us, if not all of us. Councillor Richard Elcock, but there is a written statement that Helen will read out on behalf of Councillor Elcock. And there's Councillor Don Waldron, who is a member of the committee. He's registered to speak as a ward member. And then we've got Trevor Dodkins, and you are the consultant planning agent for the applicant. I know you're with two colleagues who are only here should there be any questions that are addressed through the chair to myself. They won't be addressed directly to you. Oh, you've got two speakers. Who's speaking? Oh, Bevan. Okay, sorry. Okay. So I'll make that point. Now, there are special speaking arrangements given the size of this application and the complex nature. So I've got a little bit more latitude if people go over the normal 3 minutes, just so everybody's clear. So we will start with you, Norman, and you're speaking as an objector, as a local resident. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to highlight my objection to this proposed application, as it will significantly worsen the traffic issues in Mildenhall. The current development design fails to demonstrate how the additional traffic can be accommodated within the existing transport network. The proposed assessment greatly overassumes that a significant proportion of the existing and future occupants will either walk, cycle, or use public transport. These ridiculous fabricated assumptions are not supported in the real world that we live in, nor by the local public transport options. It is highly likely that private cars will be the predominant mode of transport, leading to far higher traffic volumes than suggested by the applicant. Furthermore, cumulative impacts on this and other recently approved local developments have not been adequately considered. Several nearby projects are either under construction or awaiting completion, which will also contribute to increased traffic to the same constrained transport network. Assessing this proposal in isolation gives a misleading picture of this true impact. The local roads cannot support another high traffic development without a major investment in infrastructure, which has neither been planned nor funded for. All the traffic from town to the development will be going down Queensway, which is a departure from the original master plan, and the police station square changes, plus new zebra crossing nearby on North Terrace, will make this area a traffic congestion nightmare. It is for these reasons that the proposal fails to meet the requirements of a sustainable development. Until a satisfactory, comprehensive and realistic transport plan is provided, one that addresses existing congestion, provides safe and viable alternatives to car travel, and demonstrates that the network can operate without unacceptable impacts, then this application should be refused.
Thank you very much indeed, Norman.
Thank you.
So, Gareth, on behalf of Mildenhall Town Council.
Thank you, Chair and members, for the opportunity to speak. This application is one of the most significant proposals for Mildenhall, and what we're interested in, it becoming a legacy and not a liability. Unfortunately, the transport evidence presented to date does not give us that confidence. In relation to policy compliance, the application departs substantially from the local plan allocation under policy SA4, reducing housing numbers, changes to land use mix, and lacks a clear master plan. Without a policy framework, we risk piecemeal development failing to deliver sustainable growth. The land associated with phase 5 of the development is not under developer control. If this land does not come forward, the route through Fred Dannett Road cannot be delivered. This will force development traffic through Queensway and the town centre, increasing what is already problematic congestion at critical junctions. In addition to the submitted supporting transport documents, assumptions used are not considered to be credible for the following reasons. Home working, overstated at 17% based on national averages, not local reality. External school trips are ignored, even though the primary school on its own could generate more than 400 extra trips at peak times. The mode shift to walking, cycling and public transport is assumed. The baseline traffic data is now almost 10 years out of date, and it's considered that there was ample opportunity to update the data during 22-23 prior to submission, and this was presented a more robust assessments and provided more confidence. It's considered the public transport strategy remains aspirational. There are no confirmed service frequencies or financial contributions. If these are not secured now, there's a risk they'll never happen. Key junction modelling lacks proper validation. The zebra crossing and removal of a key service road at High Street North Terrace Kingsway Junction raises unresolved capacity, safety and access issues. Mobility corridors and roundabout signs have not undergone a Stage 1 road safety audit. Only 40 spaces are proposed for the primary school drop-off and pick-up. This is likely to be inadequate given the number of external pupil trips. This result will be overspill into Mildenhall Hub, adding to existing congestion and safety concerns. In summary, this application does not meet the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework, doesn't demonstrate opportunities to maximise the use of sustainable transport, and provides a network that may not operate safely or may not be able to deal with the impact of traffic. Granting permission now would lock in these problems. We need updated modelling, a robust mitigation package and a credible public transport strategy before this application can be supported. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. So we move on now to the three registered ward members. Councillor Ian Shipp, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just before I kick off, if I may, just like to refer back to your comments earlier on where we mentioning the press comments. I'd like to say that my comments in the press didn't state or infer that due process wasn't followed, but simply implied or suggested that it would have been polite and only right to let the town council and other interested parties have more than the standard notice, which I'm presuming consultants and county council got. So that was what that was about. I just wanted to make that statement and make that aware. Secondly, if I may, I just presume, just to clear up the confusion earlier on, that the consultants speaker, Bevan, had registered in the appropriate time.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, first of all, I'm not against housing, just housing which isn't sustainable and doesn't provide for proper access, and I don't think this application does in any way. You've heard from others here today about that, and I'm sure you'll hear a little bit more. The issues that we've got are primarily around the High Street, Police Station Square and Queensway, which have been exacerbated by the delivery of the hub and caused traffic chaos in the future during rush hours. This application, I think, is going to make it even worse. But if I may take you back in history a little bit about why and where we are here now. I think the whole concept about the development of West Mildenhall started when America announced that it was going to close down RAF Mildenhall base. And there was the opportunity for some sustainable housing to be delivered following that, with the closure of that, because there was going to be a proper relief road coming from the A11 around the north of Mildenhall to the bottom of the runway. And that was absolutely fine. It was all going to work. Since then, and since the base has been obviously not closing down, there's been a variety of mixes to generate the credibility for the access to this site. Those have included, and you've heard already, coming in through College Heath Road and through the industrial estate. They've included using West Row, which has conveniently disappeared from any conversation because apparently it doesn't look like any traffic's going to be using West Row. And they've included Queensway, and also potentially through the existing housing site on Comet Way. And since, as I say, since our first meeting with County and their consultants, we've made comment to these on a regular basis, but they just appear to have been ignored. And it's a case of trying to make the square peg fit the round hole. Their comments have always been that with the mitigations due to the three, as I've mentioned earlier on, it's always been that due to the three accesses that started off in the original master plan, traffic flow would be easier with 1,000 houses. I'm at a loss as to how it can be easier now with just one access, which is down through Mildenhall and Queensway Road. Absolute loss. If we look at Police Station Square, it's, you know, the delivery for Police Station Square to me is unbelievable. You're taking away the parking and the service facility for the shops and the takeaways in the front there. It reminds me of an application that happened in the Highway a few years ago where there's a pizza outlet put an application in to be built on the highway, or opened on the highway. And the planning mitigation was that he wouldn't park on the highway to do any deliveries. What they would do is actually park in the little car park to the side. It doesn't happen. It causes gridlock 2 or 3 times a week when deliveries are happening. We've got to be in the real world with these applications and look at the actual real world and sustainability, not desktop plans that are designed to make these things work. One final item that I've got here is I remember when the Mildenhall base opened a gate up on the West Row Road many years ago under Forest Heath. And there was a planning condition that limited the number of vehicles allowed to use that due to traffic capacity issues back then. There's also supposed to be ongoing monitoring on a monthly basis, and this stopped, and I'm at a loss as to why. I raised this numerous times through the consultation process and through meetings with the developers and their consultants and through our officers. But it was dismissed and not deemed to be valid or understood or even known. However, recently I was informed by one of our officers that condition is still in existence and is still valid. I think we really do need to look at that, come back and have a proper look at the access issues, and that one as an essential there. I may be wrong, but as I say, only 3 weeks ago I was told that still stands, and I don't think the consultants are aware of that or have taken any note of that. So in my opinion, this is a piecemeal bodge of a development. It's unable to deliver upon the master plan. The master plan was for 1,300 houses. You've already been told by the town council that isn't deliverable due to the plot of land in the middle of it. So in my opinion, it's piecemeal. It's a plan, and it's not the plan that was consulted upon on the 2 occasions with Mildenhall and its residents. It'll leave Mildenhall gridlocked and should not proceed without proper relief road. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ian. If I may just come back on your response, which, look, we know each other and I hugely respect you as a councillor. I wasn't trying to be judgmental, I was just trying to be factual. Okay. Right. So we've now got a written statement to be read out by Helen from Councillor Richard Ailcock.
While I support appropriate growth in Mildenhall, I have serious concerns about the scale of this application and its accessibility, concerns shared by many residents. The early phases rely heavily on the Police Station Square roundabout onto Queensway and the West Row Road as the main access route. Queensway, historically West Street, is a narrow residential road already serving Mildenhall College Academy, the hub, the police station and surrounding housing. It experiences significant pedestrian and vehicle traffic daily. It is neither realistic nor safe to expect it to accommodate the additional traffic from up to 1,000 new homes. The application also assumes the future delivery of a relief road in Phase 3. However, this requires land from Folly Farm, and the landowners have indicated they are unwilling to sell. This raises serious doubts about whether the relief road is deliverable at all. Without it, residents in Phases 1 and 2 will face worsening congestion on Queensway, Sheldrick Way, Police Station Square and the A1101 roundabouts. Having grown up on Great Heath, I know how essential good infrastructure is to create successful and safe communities. Residents of West Mildenhall should not be reliant on one of the oldest and narrowest roads in the area for access. People from every ward already use this part of the town for the hub and Mildenhall College Academy, and they already endure congestion. A development of this scale without a guaranteed relief road will only intensify these issues and increase the risk of accidents. I therefore urge the committee to secure firm commitments, not assumptions, before granting permission. This should include a confirmed secondary access route that does not depend on unavailable land, early improvements to Police Station Square, West Row Road, Sheldrick Way and the key roundabouts, and clear schedules for pedestrian, cycle and public transport infrastructure to avoid early car dependency. Clarity around school access and parking on Queensway is also essential, given existing pressures and future expansion. Mildenhall deserves a development that prioritises safety, sustainability and responsible planning. Current residents should not face increased congestion and future residents should find their new community functional from day one. My concerns focus solely on ensuring the necessary infrastructure is in place to support these new homes.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen and Councillor Elcock. So our final ward member, Councillor Don Waldron, you have the opportunity to address the committee in your ward member capacity.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on the horns of a dilemma because one of the parishes in my ward are for it and one of the parishes are against it. So what we have actually, and what I'm going to talk about, is the fact that apparently the world stops on the west side of Warmill Road. Nothing happens after that. There's a village there. But if you look at the planning, there is no talk of improvement of the water treatment works, which is all pump driven and breaks down a lot. There is no talk of redeveloping and replanning the rest of West Row Road and a decent roundabout and entry at Westgate, the Westgate Road. There's no talk of any monitoring of the amount of traffic over Ferry Lane Bridge, which, as we speak at the moment, is cracking and slowly falling into the river, which has been reported, but nobody wants to do anything about it. Also, there's no talk of the separation that was agreed originally down the west side of Mildenhall Road. There was supposed to be 200 metres of indigenous trees and walkways to separate the two parishes. So, from my point of view, and I'll be proposing such in future discussions, until the transport questions are answered to the west and the whole thing's properly sorted, that we defer it to a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron. So we turn now up to the applicant or agent. In which order do you want to speak? Because I've got you first, Trevor.
And I'll speak first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Britta and her team for a well-considered report and recommendation and for an excellent presentation. There's very little I can add to what's been said. I'm Trevor Dodkins from Phase 2 Planning and I'm representing the applicants. I also have to my left Bevan Carey from ACOM, who will also be speaking, but also to my further left is Nina Napolitano from Concertus. All three of us are available to answer any questions if they arise at your bequest, Chair. I will comment on the proposals from a planning perspective, and Bevan will deal with highways matters. If I can just start with the background application, and this is quite important because this application has been evolving for quite some time, even before the 2 years that it's been running itself. As officers have already said, it was flagged first of all in the site allocations local plan, which itself was adopted in 2019, so obviously it started many years before that, and it identified the site for future housing and other development, and was obviously accompanied by the detailed policy SA4, which allocated the site for mixed use development.
As Britta has said, a formal master plan was prepared for the application site in conjunction with various stakeholders, and there were two quite extensive consultations with that. And it was formally adopted by the council in November 2022. And I just want to touch on this point that was raised by Mr. Roberts about this idea that it's piecemeal development. The master plan document states that it constitutes a material consideration, and I'm quoting here, it constitutes a material consideration, and therefore there is the expectation that any future applications for planning permission should be broadly in accordance with the approved master plan, obviously together with statutory development plan and other material planning considerations, end quote. As you know, the local plan was adopted in July this year and continued the allocation of the site from 2019. Importantly, it also refers to the adopted master plan in policy AP16 and states that any plan application on the site will be required to be in accordance with the adopted master plan. Therefore, there is not the presumption that there should be just one application for the whole application. For the whole allocation. You know, the site can come forward in phases. If we're promoting 50 houses, then yes, that may be argued to be piecemeal. We're not. We're promoting almost 4/5 of the allocation as part of this application. The important point, I think, as your case officer identified earlier on, is that we are broadly in accordance with the master plan and we're not prejudicing the ability of the other site to come forward. The fact, therefore, that Folly Farm is not, and Phase 5 is not part of this application, is not a relevant consideration before you, and there is every expectation from our side that they will submit their own application in due course. The site forms a key part of the strategy of the local plan to deliver housing and related development within the lifetime of the plan. And indeed in the short term. And the short term is important because obviously there's been lots of discussion about 5-year housing land supply and the problems that causes for some authorities that have slipped below, and I know that's happened to this authority in the past. As Britta has said, you know, the council currently, and this is very up-to-date figure as of, I think, Monday this week, I think was mentioned, the current figure is 6 years. Which itself is quite tight, you know, for a council that's adopted its local plan to only have 6 years housing land supply is, you know, there's not a great deal of room for manoeuvre, and you are very heavily reliant on allocated sites in your adopted local plan coming forward and being delivered not just in the lifetime of the plan, but also being delivered within the next 5 years. And as you've heard, this site will contribute significantly within the next 5 years. As such, it's important that this application is determined without delay to enable us to prepare reserve matters and discharge conditions, which is quite a time-consuming procedure itself, and enable development to be started. Just to go on to consultation, as you've heard, the plan application was submitted at the beginning of 2024, and it's therefore been running just shy of 2 years. A lot of work has been undertaken during that timescale. There's been 2 very extensive formal public consultations, in addition to significant liaison between the applicants, planning and other officers of the District Council, officers of Suffolk County Council, and statutory consultees. There have also been re-consultations outside of that process with relevant consultees as the scheme has evolved, and that's dealt with quite well in your officer's report 6.1. Members will also recall there have been direct member briefings on the progress of the application as well. There's been significant activity throughout the period in addressing the concerns raised, leading to the report and recommendation before you today. It is also important to note that despite the lengthy period the application has been open for consultation, there are only 32 objections from public consultees, which, in my view, demonstrates the work that's been done by your officers and the applicants and the statutory consultees to overcome those concerns. I'll briefly just touch on the matter of infrastructure delivery because that was raised by members earlier. Members will note throughout the report there are various requests and offers for new infrastructure payments to mitigate the impacts of the development. And there have been talk about additional infrastructure in some of the previous presentations. I would point you to section 18 of your officer's report, which sets out the provision of infrastructure via section 106 and conditions must meet 3 tests. First of all, it's necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. Well, that's a given. But secondly and thirdly, it must be directly related to the development. And thirdly, fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. i.e. it's not just an open shopping mall of things that people want. It has to be related to our development. It's been agreed with officers and each of the recipients of Section 106 funds, which total about £22.5 million, will mitigate against the impact of the development. In addition to this, various highway improvements are proposed via Section 278 agreements, etc., and are set out in Section 11 of your officer's report. And I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Bevan Carey of ACOM, to deal with highways and infrastructure.
Thank you, Trevor. We've got this extended period of time, and you've used exactly half of it. So, Bevan, that's the challenge. Thank you.
Try not to speak too quickly. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having us here today. My name is Bevan Carey. I'm the Regional Director for Transport Planning at ACOM. I'm a chartered engineer with 25 years experience and also a number of years working as a road safety audit team leader. I've also been involved in this scheme since the very outset, since the early stages of master plan development. And whilst the application has been, live for 2 years, that process of master planning towards this point has been a long and very involved process with many of the stakeholders, many of which are in this room. So the proposed development has been assessed from a transport perspective at many stages. In the 2019 Forest Heath local plan, it was assessed in full and allocated at that stage, and that was adopted. Equally, in the most recently adopted local plan, it was also assessed as part of the growth up to 2041 and assessed by Suffolk County Council, WSP and their consultants, PJA, and it was found to be acceptable and adopted. And as part of this application, what we have now assessed in further detail is the 1,000 homes and associated infrastructure and facilities that form part of that wider master plan. And we have done so in line with the wider master plan vision. And we have also assessed the wider master plan impacts as well. We have assessed this, we've identified the scope of how that was to be assessed in very much in consultation with the highway authorities, both National Highways and Suffolk County Council, and engaged with Active Travel England, West Suffolk Council, Mildenhall Hightown Council and the local parish councils and the Mildenhall Hub operators. We've taken an evidence-led approach and the conclusions of that assessment work has shown that the proposed development impacts, as it is now proposed, the 1,000 homes, can be mitigated to the satisfaction of all key stakeholders. And with development in a location like this, which is on the edge of an existing, well-established town, this development will be delivered over a 9-year period, and a very comprehensive mitigation strategy has been identified, which will be implemented long before that 9 years is through and that development has been fully delivered. And in line with the urban location, in line with both national and local policies, including NPPF, what has been established is a mitigation strategy that addresses sustainable transport opportunities in the first instance, and in many cases addresses shortfalls in the existing local area. So those facilities, those measures that have been identified include a number of different controls to ensure that this development comes forward in as sustainable way as possible. There's a design code for active travel facilities on site that's been conditioned. There's a funded site-wide travel plan alongside individual phase travel plans. The site-wide travel plan also has to have a travel plan steering group framework agreed, and then within the travel plan, individual specific measures have to be agreed before the development can come forward, including bus service enhancements, which to be policy compliant should include as a minimum 20-minute frequency services, and the development is to be designed to accommodate those within the site as well as out with new bus stops with shelters and real-time information, car club provisions on site, and policy-compliant cycle parking. Those measures come alongside a comprehensive network of really well thought out pedestrian cycle connections through the development area and connecting into neighbouring areas. And a lot of that is a step change from development that has come forward in Mildenhall in the past, the level of control and detail that's gone into that strategy. And actually comparably to other areas, I think it is safe to say that the hooks that are there to control and ensure that that comes forward in that way are very strong in the proposed conditions. There's 2 new roundabout accesses onto West Row, both of which will include pedestrian cycle facilities, and the speed limit on West Row will be reduced in keeping with the developed frontage along the rest of Queensway. There's proposed 3 new cycle and pedestrian crossings on West Row, a tiger crossing to the new local centre, a signalised crossing from the footpath 25 down to the hub, and enhancements to the existing crossing to the hub. There's new bus and footways between Comet Way and the eastern roundabout on West Row, filling in a gap that exists. There's upgrades to the existing West Row facilities as they continue towards Queensway and Kingsway. And also there's new provisions proposed at the police station square, where despite it being a town centre location through which, as everyone says, most transport movements need to travel, there are no crossings at the moment, nothing to support safe and encourage pedestrian cycle users. There's also other connections through Sheldrick Way and connecting into the adjacent area, and a proposed new sustainable access route to RAF Mildenhall, which does not currently exist between Mildenhall and the RAF base along Western Row. And then there's offsite improvements to the Lark Valley Path, and a construction management strategy has to be formally agreed in detail before the site can come forward. Also, I know there's a lot of concern around the fact that the Folly Farm land doesn't form part of this application, but the planning application has been assessed in full, both with and without that land in place, and it's been designed to ensure that that everything is built up so that those connections can be delivered in line with the overriding master plan. But equally, there's a condition whereby, should, within the life of the development, that land not come forward, there's an alternative active travel route to be delivered either through the Folly Farm land, which I know discussions are underway on, or also via Comet Way, Melbourne Drive and James Carter Road, making sure that that northern employment area is connected by for pedestrians and cyclists.
Bevan, sorry to interrupt you, but you have exhausted your allotted time. Have you got one sentence you can finish with? Just one sentence.
It was to say that the robust assessment has identified mitigation measures and impacts that have been scrutinised by many different parties and have been found to be compliant and mitigated in full as part of the proposed development.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, members, we've reached the point now where the debate could start, but I did say at the beginning a comfort break would be I don't want to break during the debate. So if we're going to have a comfort break, now is the time. I'm going to say it's 11:30. Can we get back by 20 to 12, please? So we're moving now into the committee debate, at the end of which there will be a decision. Before we do that, could I introduce, Luke's known to many people. Luke Barber, he's Suffolk County Council's Highways, so he will be able to address any highways questions that the committee may have. So we're now at queue to speak. So if you do want to contribute to the debate, please press your... Councillor Waldron, please.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I believe comments I made during my presentation were misconstrued and gave the impression that I was predetermined. So the comments about putting forward deferment, I withdraw, and I will carry on listening to the debate and making a free and fair decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron. I'll just ask Claire to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron, for clarifying that. I think that's fine. You can carry on. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. The first one is if we could just confirm that Folly Farm, which may come online or may not, is the blank bit of land shown south of the industrial area and to the north of the north portion of the whole site. That is Folly Farm, which is not up at the moment. But my question is, because obviously we want this to go ahead because of the housing, but it is again the traffic as always, is that if this Folly Farm did come on in the future, it's already been stated that some of the roundabouts are up to capacity with the existing proposal, that we may be shooting ourselves in the foot. If Folly Farm should come on at a later date, it would then over capacity on those roundabouts, and there would not be the money on a small development to make the necessary improvements going forward. And I hope people understand what I'm trying to get at there. The second point is all our traffic surveys seem to be 10 years out of date all the time, and the Highways and County Council must know where our developments are likely to happen, and why are our traffic surveys not more up to date? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Councillor Glossop, please. Don't touch anything, Councillor.
No, I won't
Glossop.
touch it. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I want to talk about the employment area. I think it was said that it will take 9 years to develop this site. We already know that we desperately need more employment area in Mildenhall. It's really, really required now. And I'm very upset that the employment area is going to come forward in phase 3. And I think the employment area should come before phase 3, because if we're going to have these houses and obviously extra people, so we need to have the employment now. And I know I've brought this up in the past when we had the master plan, but I'm really, really not happy about the employment area coming later. And also, Folly Farm, I believe, is very near the employment area. And I just want to understand about the access if Folly Farm doesn't come forward, or if it comes forward later. I find that all a bit of a muddle about the employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Why is there a DCC? It's so that elected members of the community can bring their local knowledge. I've lived in this area for 30 years in Mildenhall. I don't currently, but it's with that local knowledge that I speak. And I have two broad points to raise, place and transport. Place. It's a good place for housing, but this plan does not seem to respect its place. It it feels like a separate Mildenhall New Town on the side of Mildenhall High Town. It points inwards, even the building height's tent pole towards a new marketplace. No reference to the High Street or Mildenhall Market has been made. Why do we need a new market square, which has been proposed as the site of a farmer's market? There's an 800-year-old market in Mildenhall High Town. It's not the job of the applicant to support an existing market, but similarly, trying to suck the life out of it with a new marketplace is not supported by LP9. And to be clear, I do support a corner shop, but what's proposed is far more than a corner shop. This scheme does have a lot of good things to it, however. The SANG, housing types, social housing, biodiversity net game, and active travel aspirations. I really like and support the travel and walking provision. The transport assessment assumptions are interesting. Traffic modelling is based on the 2011 census data backed up with on-the-ground observed data from 2016. So I have a question. Do we have any travel data from after the hub was built? And I have another question. At the time of modelling, it was assumed that the Americans would be leaving the RF Mildenhall. So does this traffic modelling include the airbase as a major cause of trips? We've got 1,000 houses worth of traffic that will be trying to exit via a single C road that ends in a T-junction that is blocked when 2 cars are waiting at a roundabout. That's junction 7. The road network in Mildenhall is already creaking. Fixing current issues is not the responsibility of the Suffolk County Council as applicant, but it is the responsibility of Suffolk County Council as highways, and I'm disappointed that we haven't taken more of this rare opportunity to resolve some issues. But even that aside, just looking at this development, I am not certain that the proposed road improvements will cover the generated trips. Another deeply concerning issue in the transport assessment assumptions. They assume a high level of trip internalisation. Page 57. Escort trips for early years and primary are assumed internal. However, the school will only be built at 350 occupied houses, so realistically, around 400 houses occupied before the school opens. And this will continue even after the school opens. Once a child is at school, they're going to remain in that school until they age out, and even their younger siblings will probably extend that time period. So there's going to be travel both ways, and the Suffolk County Council school allocation policy practically guarantees this with the way that it orders how children and how siblings are given priority for schools. So I have a question. Have the phasing issues with the opening of the school been included in the travel modelling, or have we assumed in the travel modelling that the school is instantly open and that those trips do not exist? Co-located employment requires vehicle trips off-site, round Foley Farm and back on again, or active travel. So another question. It rains a lot round here. What does the travel modelling show that the traffic will be like for days when active travel is not a probability? So have we done any work on one of the numerous days where it's going to be rainy and people aren't going to want to get on their bikes to go to work? What does the traffic look like on those days? It's only with the most rose-tinted transport assumptions that this development approaches acceptability. I support the principle of housing in this area, but in my mind this plan does not meet the minimum requirements for me to vote in favour of granting planning consent, although I'm holding my mind open for the responses to the questions I receive. I'm not quite ready to make any kind of proposal, and I want to hear to what everyone else has to say, but currently I'm thinking that this is probably also going towards deferment, but I'm not quite ready to make that proposal yet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Holder, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair. And firstly, I should thank the officer presenting and the department and the planning department. It's a hugely extensive report with a very helpful index at the front and trying to cover every point that's in it. I think it's a bit like juggling jelly at times, particularly where you're trying to make excuses, which to anybody looking at it says, well, how are you going to cope with the transport? And the mitigations put in are very minor. Just extend a couple of roundabouts a little bit wide and make it 2-lane. Only we wanted it to be in the wrong lane, as we all know, that happens every day. So that isn't covered. We've seen these applications all over West Suffolk and elsewhere We're putting in a huge amount of housing over a period of time, and really the road infrastructure just has to cope. And that seems to be a view right from Westminster down to local authorities, which is a shame. I agree with Councillor Shipp, when they're doing travel plans and cycle routes and all the rest of it. Let's get in the real world that people, given the choice, won't ride a cycle around anywhere near somewhere like school, the school square, not the school, the police square. It's deadly for a cyclist, quite frankly. Got cars coming from every direction, they're in a hurry, they want to get going. That's how accidents happen, and they will continue to happen, I'm afraid. When we built the hub, it was instantly obvious that the turning left into it was inadequate for buses. So what do we do to mitigate it? We put signs up saying, please let the buses in. Why don't we get it right first time? When Barton Mills Roundabout, which is a major hub, everybody knew if you didn't put an overpass on it, it would be gridlock. And it is gridlock. And if you're coming out of Mildenhall to get onto the A11 or go further on to Bury St Edmunds or something, you're stuck in a queue for ages. And so we know it's going to be a problem. But I think our mitigation is really poor. Coming on to the actual development itself, and obviously this is just a sort of outline, it looks as good as a lot of our new estates do. And there's lots of things about ecology, planting, the sang and the nature, and trying to bring in the compensation for the loss of nature in the area. But I was reading that point of view, and the English Nation actually don't think that the developers nationally are doing their bit. When we put the conditions in, they're trying to skate around them or avoid them, or putting condition withdrawals and all that sort of thing goes on for years. And I think all our planners know that. And I was looking up, I don't know why I did it, but there was a report in 1924 by Sheffield University who looked into this, saying how much mitigation for nature is done on new housing estates by the developers that they're requested to do. And it's about 50% of them skate round it and don't do it. So you don't get your bat boxes, you don't get your swift boxes, you don't get your bug boxes, you don't get your planting correct, you don't get the right plants, which again, something I don't know about, but obviously some plants, animals and insects don't like and others do. So it doesn't happen. I've got a feeling actually West Suffolk probably are pretty good at it, having seen places like Morton Hall turn into a forest. And the owners of the houses, plant like mad. So that's good. But we need to keep a lid on it. It's no point writing it and saying this is what's going to happen if we don't make sure it does happen. And the sang and all the stuff they need to do around there, and the suds and the other planting areas have to be seen to be done, and done on time properly. I know it's expensive for the developers, very expensive, and it's something they try to do, and as anybody business person would, is to try to keep their overhead down. So I'd like, I bring that up because I think that's going to be important for the people who live there and the area in general and wildlife in general. As we looked over the muddy, flooding fields in the heavy rain when we did our site visit, it was pretty sterile, not much wildlife to be seen, the odd crow maybe, but that was about it. So I like to see a lot of birds and small mammals and that sort of thing coming back into that area. I don't know how we square the circle on the awful infrastructure that this development is going to inherit. It's not its fault that the roads in and out of Mildenhall and the surrounding villages are awful. Who is going to do something about it? We can't do something about it. Suffolk County Council have come here today to say what they've done about it, what they're suggesting. But we're looking at the plans and we don't think, well, I don't think, like Councillor Lunder, that it's adequate. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. I'm going to take Councillor Miller-Jones, and then I'm going to go to officers, and then we'll try and square the edge on issues. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. I share concerns with Councillor London around those sort of potentially optimistic sort of traffic projections. Just wanted to add that there were initial concerns from public health, I think, about the air pollution, which then was sort of removed after it was sort of reassessed on some more up-to-date figures. But if our predictions for traffic are not accurate, then there is a concern that that will also then impact the air pollution, because it seems that it was very borderline, and initially they were saying it's too much pollution. So that would be a concern. The other thing I just wanted to mention was on the comments from the ICB, who had sort of, obviously they've requested the sort of Section 106 money for mitigation for the estimated number of new residents for GP practices, but they have not included in that the care home patients, which they have said that the practices will not be able to support, and they've objected to that care home element, but it's still in the plan, and I may have missed it. Obviously it's a big piece of paper. I don't know whether I've missed in what way that has been addressed, but I couldn't see anything about that in the papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Right. Over to you, Britta, and Penny, probably.
Right. Coming to the first question raised by Councillor Sayer, Folly Farm is this bit in green here, which is highlighted as phase 5. So that land is Folly Farm land. And the question was about capacity of the existing junctions. And as explained by ACOM, the modelling has been done for both scenarios, for the site coming forward without the link between phase 4 here. Can you see the cursor? How do I get the red pointer on? A bit there. There we go. And then click on the laser pointer. Sorry. So as set out in the master plan, the overall aim was to have a link from these development parcels via the spine road into the employment land. That link is sometimes referred to as relief road. I don't think it's ever been intended as a relief road. It's simply a link between the development south of the employment land with the employment land. There would, of course, then be an option to continue out towards Hampstead Avenue. However, it's not been planned as a relief road. It's a link between the development. And yes, so to answer the question, the modelling has been done for both scenarios, with and without Folly Farm. Moving on to Councillor Glossop's question about the employment area. The application has been submitted on the basis of the adopted master plan, which does include the employment land for phase 3. It's desirable to potentially have the employment land coming forward sooner. That would be subject to the reserved matters and assessments at the time. I mean, we must be reminded it is an outline application which seeks permission for the principle of the development. Condition 8 in the pack asks for a site-wide phasing plan, which goes far beyond the broad phasing indicated here, and there will be opportunities to address that if there is an opportunity to bring that forward sooner. Councillor London, place. You noted that you think it's a good place for housing, but it doesn't connect or like sort of grow together with the town. Again, I'll remind everyone it is an outline application, and I believe that it will depend on the detail, and we would be securing a design code which will go into further detail than what we've already broadly outlined within the master plan, and which has been set out in the design and access statement. So, you know, to make sure that this extension to Mildenhall will become part of the town, that will be something we will have to continue working on during the resolved matters. You raised concern about the local centre and the mention of a market square. I would again refer to the conditions. We do have a condition that asks for a local centre strategy to be submitted. During the consideration of the details for the local centre, we would of course consider things like potential impact of proposed markets on the existing historic market. It's in no one's interest to compete with the historic market, and I don't think that the indicative plans for the local centre intended to do that. I think what it does try to say is there will be a open communal area that could be used for local events, and you know, that's how the market slipped in there. But again, this, as well as, for example, hot food takeaways, we will have to carefully consider at the resolved matter stage, because there are other requirements, controls. You can't have a takeaway within walking distance of schools, etc. So there will only be limited areas within the local centre that are far enough from the proposed primary school and play area that would be potentially suitable for takeaways. So it will be a matter to carefully consider at resolved matter stage. Modelling data. Does it include the base? I would refer to Luke for that. So over to you.
I was going to say good morning, committee. I now see it is just about afternoon, so good afternoon, committee. Do you want me to just pick up all of the highway-related questions in one go? Would that be
yes,
easier?
please, Luke.
Yes. So, Councillor Sayer asked the question about whether the full 1,300 homes was considered, and are we essentially sort of boxing ourselves into a corner by only considering the 1,000 homes now? Well, it's important to remember that the full 1,300 with the link were considered at the local plan stage, and that concluded that the site in its entirety could come forward. We do appreciate that Mildenhall does suffer from some peak time congestion. Probably not as much as some of the other larger towns in Suffolk, but it is important to remember the test set out in the MPPF. Just simply because a junction is likely to approach its theoretical capacity, that isn't in and of itself a severe impact, and isn't in and of itself reason to refuse. It has to be considered in context. I think, Councillor London made a lot of points and questions. I think I think was highlighted in the presentation. The site has been assessed several times. So it was assessed in the Forest Heath SIR, which had its own modelling. It was assessed in the new West Suffolk, recently adopted West Suffolk local plan, which was also supported by its own strategic modelling. And then there's been the modelling that's been done more detail in support of this application. The West Suffolk local plan modelling and the strategic modelling that underpin the TA is based partially on 2016 data. That's both mobile phone data and observed counts, but it was advanced to 2019 with a present year validation exercise. And then subsequently, we're in the process of building a new Suffolk model at the moment. So we did a lot of data collection across the whole of Suffolk, generally replicating the 2016 counts in 2023. So that isn't part of the TA, but as part of Suffolk County Council, as Highway Authority's independent review of the TA, we have access to those 2023 counts, and we can sense check those counts to check that things like the impacts of COVID have been adequately covered. So in terms of Councillor London's comment about RAF Mildenhall, no, it doesn't assume that that's closed. It assumes that the travel patterns that were in place at the time of the surveys have been replicated, but also that's been tested, like I say, with the 2023 counts in terms of anything that has changed. As you're right, it is not the applicant's responsibility to fix existing issues, it's simply to mitigate the impacts of their development. However, Suffolk County Council is also the Highway Authority, as everybody appreciates, and we have identified Mildenhall as a growth hotspot, and it is one of only 15 towns and communities in Suffolk that has a dedicated area action plan sitting under the recently adopted LTP4. So there are additional schemes for Mildenhall over and above what the applicant is looking to deliver, and those two things can dovetail together to give you a more comprehensive travel network in Mildenhall. I think, because a lot of growth in Mildenhall was older, obviously it's, had sort of Victorian phases of growth and then a sort of mid-century phase of growth. Some of that active travel provision is very much of its time, in terms of the older estates, but the Area Action Plan will look to enhance that, as has the hub, which has put in a really good sort of first stage of some of that active travel provision. And the provisions that are made by this site add value to that, extensively improve and sort of continue that approach. I think Councillor Holder says that infrastructure has to cope. Well, it is important, like I say, to take it back to the NPPF test, and it is the responsibility of the developer to mitigate their impacts. And like I say, an individual junction in the peak of the peak, approaching its theoretical capacity isn't of itself a problem, although you do have to consider, what the implications of that are, but that has been done on this site. I think Councillor Holder also mentioned Five Ways. Five Ways is an acknowledged issue, but it was considered at the local plan hearings, and the inspector was very clear that it isn't a local issue to be solved by development or Suffolk County Council or West Suffolk. It is a nationally significant issue, and that is why it is a RIS, Roads Investment Strategy pipeline scheme for improvement. We continue to lobby for that, and we've had a lot of support from West Suffolk in terms of lobbying for that as well, and we all need to put our sort of shoulder to the wheel to make sure that National Highways and the DFT fund that improvement, because it does hold back growth not only in Suffolk but also in Cambridgeshire and Norfolk, as the A11 is a key growth corridor throughout the east. I think there was a sort of final question about air quality issues. Now, air quality is a district matter, but I would say that there aren't any AQMA emerging areas in Mildenhall at the moment, and the level of traffic that is anticipated isn't sort of likely to kick any of those over, but I would just caveat that heavily by saying I'm not an air quality expert. And any emerging air quality issues in West Suffolk, we have a very proactive and collaborative approach to dealing with those, and we have managed to almost fully mitigate all of the air quality management areas collectively, with West Suffolk leading, support of West Suffolk County Council in West Suffolk at the present time. Indeed, pretty much all of the air quality management areas in Suffolk, outside of a very small number in central Ipswich, are now on the way to being revoked. So if there's any I've missed, then please let me know, but I think that's hopefully covered the majority.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. I think we managed to capture a lot of questions in a short space of time. I just had two more that I'd noted that related to highways that Councillor London raised, and they were to do with the transport assessment and two aspects. One of them was to do with the phasing of the school and how that interacted with the transport assessment, and the other was in relation to modelling for active travel and taking into account things like inclement weather.
Yeah, thanks. No, I did write those down and I forgot to mention. So the transport assessment, as is standard practice, considers the most onerous situation, which is a full build out of 1,000 houses. And I think, it's important that the active travel provision is secured at a very early stage, so that the early homes and the children that are generated from that do have access to active travel to get to other key destinations, key schools in Mildenhall. But there is always a bit of a lag about delivering infrastructure, but the impact of a very small number of houses prior to the school being delivered would not be more, in my opinion, would not be more onerous than the full build out of the scheme. So I think the TA scenario, considering the final year of the scheme, has to be considered the most robust and most sort of onerous situation for them to model. In terms of active travel on rainy days, yes, appreciate that. I walk and cycle to the office in the centre of Ipswich, and it does rain quite often. I do get wet quite often, but so modal share stats are based on what we call like a neutral month and not optimistic projections. So you will exceed those modal share provisions in terms of the number of people walking and cycling in high summer because the weather's better. But the again, it has to be a robust assessment. So you assume, essentially assume the worst in terms of people's travel behaviour. You may get, a few sort of percentage points difference between, what is considered sort of like a standard day and the sort of worst possible days. But that's where things like the travel plan monitoring is really important. If through the travel plan you see that certain things are working well, you could add more emphasis to those and do more of that. If you find that certain other things are working less well, then you can tailor the travel plan interventions in the later phases of the scheme to like I say, build upon the things that are doing well to ensure that you do achieve these, sort of reasonable levels of modal share for the site.
Planning, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I was going to say thank you, Luke, but then there's a couple more questions that Britt is going to address.
Right. Councillor Holder raised concerns about the delivery of measures such as the SANG and nature, like B&G measures, etc. Within the conditions, we have got detailed timelines that will have to be submitted. The key elements within the SANG are set out and they will have to be provided at the time of first occupation, such that future residents will have access to at least the key elements of the SANG from the very beginning. And this is a requirement because we need to mitigate the impacts, potential recreational impacts on the nearby Breckland SPA. These measures to be delivered at that very early stage have been agreed in principle, and it would then simply be an enforcement matter if they were not to be delivered. Then moving on to Councillor Jones' question about the ICB objection. I'm pretty sure I've covered it in the report. So we have got that objection to the care home facility because at this stage we do not know what that care facility would look like, what type of facility that would be, it would be anything within C2. So there will be a care element, but whether that is a full like intensive care facility or rather more assisted living, we don't know yet. Hence, there is a condition attached to the proposed approval, which would secure at the detailed stage a further health impact assessment as well as a needs assessment, so that we don't just get any not random, but like any care facility, but one that is actually needed within the area, and a subsequent health impact assessment to see how that will be dealt with, how that would impact on the facilities. Obviously, the existing surgery, Market Cross Hill, they have commented on the application on the basis of this being a standard 80-bed care home, and they have concerns that at this point in time, the way they operate, they think they would not have capacity for it. However, it is a requirement in the planning policy, in the policy in AP 16, so it has been assessed at the local plan process. It is now included in the proposal, and there will be time to react and have strategic plans in place from the NHS side of things. So this is how that will be dealt with. And then the last point you raised about air quality. That was actually concerns raised by Natural England, not environmental health, and that was not in relation to human health, but to potential impacts of transport to and from the site, adjacent to or even through the SPA, and the potential impact of that on the designated sites, on the actual habitats, plants, birds, etc. So that is why they have asked for further information, which was then provided in more detail and satisfied their concerns. But it was not an air quality concern or issue like the management areas that we have in some other hotspots.
Thank you, officers. Right. Just before I move on, there were lots of questions asked and lots of questions answered. To square the edge on this, those that did ask questions previously, have you got the answer? Maybe not the answers you want, but have your questions been addressed? Okay. On that basis, Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm on. Question about separation. All through this local plan process, we expressed a desire for there to be separation between this development and West Row, and that hasn't appeared on the presentation. It's quite a large separation. We obviously want to keep West Row. We don't want to become West Row a suburb of Mildenhall. So we haven't seen that. So I'd like some information on that. The construction traffic. We can't have the construction traffic coming from the Batchin site along the Brandon Road. Sorry? I'm sorry, I thought someone said something.
No, I think someone just was coughing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Batchin site, obviously that's where the concrete's going to be coming from, and we can't have that coming past our cemetery, Thetford Road Cemetery in Convoy. So there would need to be a condition that any construction traffic made its way to Five Ways and entered Mildenhall, past the Mildenhall Dome and into the town that way. So I'd need some confirmation on that. What this application represents to Mildenhall is, when it's fully built out, is potentially a 28% population growth. Until you start realising the numbers, 2,500 cars impacting on our roads, 28% population growth. then you start to have to question some of the statistics that we've been getting from the Suffolk County Council highways, when they're saying that by 2036, some of these junctions will reach capacity. Some of them are at over capacity now. In fact, when Mildenhall Hub was built, it was said that police station square at that point was over capacity, but by building the hub and moving all the facilities and that down to the hub itself, when that's built, the delays on traffic would be no more than 30 seconds. And I think we have to really realise and take on board that Suffolk traffic assessments in this particular occasion, they're relative to a Suffolk County Council development. So, like it or not, there has to be some kind of leniency and bias towards that. I don't know if that's acceptable for me to say that, but I've said it, so there. In terms of air quality, that's been mentioned. There's obviously 2,500 cars is going to have an impact on air quality, whether it's accepted or not. And in addition to that, we are right by an air base. So we haven't got the best air quality at the best of times. I can guarantee you that on some days we have to get our washing in off the line because you can smell the air fuel in the air. So there is issues with that. Now, I'm not against the development. Having said all of that, I'm not against the development. I'm not against housing development, and I've been impressed with what I've seen about what the site is going to look like. But we've got the entrance to the hub. The police have acknowledged that the entrance to the hub isn't acceptable for them. We all know it's not acceptable for buses turning in. So I've got concerns about these other two roundabouts. Are they going to be built to the same standard? Because that standard isn't good enough. Are we going to have buses on those roundabouts needing to cross both sides of the road to enter into the new development? Because if we're building a new development, let's build it right. So I would need to know that the specifications that they aren't going to be repeated of what we've got at the hub. I think there's so many things that are unanswered and that need adjustment. I'm going to propose deferral on this so some of these things can be addressed, because until the link road, not Relief Road, the link road through Folly Farm comes forward, and it's been said that discussions are ongoing. Until that comes forward, I don't believe that this can be delivered. Because as it stands, we're going to have construction traffic approaching two schools, not one that we've got in place at the moment, but the second school, junior school, will be built. Construction, and if there isn't a deferral and this goes ahead as it is, then there's going to have to be a time scale on delivery to the construction site after 9 o'clock when the kids are all in school, and it'd have to stop before 3 o'clock when they all come out. Otherwise, we're creating a massive problem and an opportunity for something serious to go wrong. So I'm proposing deferral until a lot of these issues can be addressed.
I've made a note of that, Councillor, but before we move on to a second, though, I think you recognise that your comments about Suffolk County Council may or may not be, may not be acceptable. And I would just ask you to reflect on those, because you were disparaging of the nature of Suffolk County Council from my perspective as chair. Would you be prepared to withdraw those comments before we move on?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Accepted, as ever. Right, is there a seconder, please, for deferral? Councillor London. Do you want to speak, Councillor London? I know you've had quite an opportunity, so...
I have a few other questions which I can bring in at the sort of standard point, but
okay,
I am not yet at to the level where I am happy to say yes to this, and therefore I'm happy to go for deferral so that those questions can be properly explored.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Councillor Waldron, please.
Thank you, Chair. My big bugbear with this whole thing, that we have conclusions, drainage and flood risks, but nobody's actually talking about domestic wastewater. We have a sewerage plant that at the moment is overloaded on the Westrow side because they've built too many houses there to handle it. The airbase is having to transport their slurry, if you want to call it that, by truck because there's no pipe capacity. I don't know about the infeed from the Mildenhall side, but you've got to have a 2% fall in a pipe to get a flow of sewerage. But because everything round here is so flat, you have to use pumps. Pumps break down, you get backfeeding, on top of which, has Anglian Water been consulted about the capacity of the actual plant? So I'd like to know if there's anybody actually looked into a proper plan to mitigate the domestic wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron. Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like many of the others, I do support the housing there, and I think a lot of the queries that have been raised about the housing are things that will be resolved at the detailed planning applications stage. My main concern, again, like many of the other members, is the traffic. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about this link road. It's been called a relief road through Folly Farm, or link road. I mean, because that land is not in ownership yet, that is a bit hypothetical, but should it be able to be installed, would it work as a link road? Would it do the job we're talking about? If that wouldn't, then deferring, I think the present road system in Mildenhall, there's not a lot you can do. So if we defer it, I mean, I can't see what more can be done. You can't, without knocking down the centre of Mildenhall, do anything. So I don't think, unless the possibility of the road through Folly Farm would reduce the traffic through Mildenhall, I can't see that deferring this would be an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Holt again, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Been listening to the debate. It's not easy. It's not easy for our officers or the objectors or the people for the development. We have a set of plans in front of us today. They've been brilliantly put together. I'll say that again. I've been reading through what do you call them, the details of reserve matters, which I'd almost call conditions, and those are brilliantly laid out as well, step by step by step. The thing is, I just want to make sure, and it's our office's job to do this, that the developer, builders or landscapers, and whoever's doing the job, and like we've heard about the drainage and the water supply, etc., it goes on in great detail, 90 different points, and some of those are split into lots of little sections. So they are covered. And then there's about 20 conditions on top of that for things like times of working, blah, blah. It's as routine. But a lot of detail has gone into this. It just needs, if it's going to go ahead, that people make sure what is said, we mean what we say, and it happens. I always get this sinking feeling that it doesn't happen. That's why I brought up that bit about the biodiversity gain. But it could be on things on the estate like the mini suds that happen that say, well, I won't bother with that. It's another bit of excavation I can do without. And things don't happen and somebody's not there to make it happen. We need to make sure it does happen. And all the little road improvements that have been put in here do happen. Travel plans, I always take a very cynical view on, as it happens, because people will travel the way they want to travel, not the way we want them to travel, or somebody sitting at a desk wants them to travel. So if there's a bus service and it's on time and clean, and people will use it. Some people wouldn't get on a bus if their life depended on it, quite frankly. So there we go. I wanted to cut through it. You know, I've been pipped by my colleague behind me calling for a deferral, which has been seconded. But if it's up to the chair, of course, I would be quite happy to propose acceptance of the thing as recommended by the officers, with all the reserve matters and the conditions. So that is a definite if they're done.
No, that's fine. I have to test out the original proposal first with the committee. So, but I'll bear your comments in mind. Councillor Chester?
It's unlikely I support deferment, but should that go ahead, do we have reasons for the deferment? Let me know what we're voting on.
We've got copious notes here that officers have been taking. Okay. Yes, and that will be clarified. So listen, I've got two members currently requesting to speak, Councillor David Smith and Councillor Mildmay White, and I'll then go back to officers and do another squaring of the edge as far as issues and concerns are. So Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question about the employment land. Obviously, if you're building housing, you need employment. Excuse me. It seems like a very small bit of employment land, this industrial site. I'm just wondering how a figure of 300, 400 jobs being created was arrived at. Because as I say, it does seem a very small area. And for 300, 400 people, they can need a lot more parking than it appears to be allocated, unless we just end up with a load more warehouses. So just wondered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This plan has been years in the making to get it to this stage. It is only an outline application, so there'll be a couple more years, probably at least before, or at least a year anyway, dealing with the nitty-gritty of these plans before anything comes forward. We know we need housing. We cannot afford to keep putting things off, and I do not understand what any reasons for deferment would be, because the work that's gone into this plan as it stands has been enormous. It's no different. I mean, we're seeing these plans come before us time and again, and we know that we're on the periphery of a lot of developments, and therefore the sustainability is always in question. We have the same arguments that come forward every single time. No doctors, no dentists, no new roads, no infrastructure. It's just the nature of our country. We cannot and we will not be building new roads everywhere. Therefore, we have to learn to accommodate what we've got with the new housing that's coming forward. Yes, it's driving us mad. How long did it take us to get into West Suffolk House on Monday because of the traffic? It was pouring with rain, and so the traffic was probably double. These things happen, but we're going to have to learn to live with it. The next generation coming forward are going to have to do things differently to how we did them. We cannot impose what we've lived with in the past on the future, because it's just not going to work. When I came in on Monday, my average speed was 22 miles an hour, and the majority of that was spent on the A14. So, you know, Mildenhall, I'm sorry, you're going to have the same problems that we all have. We know the road capacity is going to be at stretch, but people have got to learn to do things differently. And I think the young people will. That's if they're still in this country, because a lot of them are leaving. But, you know, we cannot go on the way we are. So we all agree that we need housing, and that is the most important thing, because our young people will not stay in this country if they cannot be housed. And we need those young people in this country. So I don't understand what deferment is going to achieve. If the officers or the people who are suggesting deferment could tell me, that would be helpful. But I'm with my colleague here that I would have proposed acceptance of this or approval of this plan, because, as I say, how many years has it been? It's been in Forest Heath District Council planning department before it came into West Suffolk. So please, let us get on with it. We're going to have to mitigate the problems that we're experiencing. And yes, I have concerns about can't remember the name of the road, as you go up towards the hub. When I see the car parked on the left and people waiting to get past, I mean, maybe there's going to have to be double yellow lines there, I don't know. But we've got to mitigate the problems we've got, not put off decisions and then create more problems by not giving young people homes that they need. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Moulmein White. Since I said there was only 2 in the queue, and that Councillor I've now got a bigger queue, but I'm going to go to officers anyway because I think there are matters that need addressing before the debate continues.
Right, thank you. Right, Councillor Neil raised the query about separation between the application site and West Row, and I do apologise. I did say on the bus that I would put a slide in with West Row, and I forgot. I'm sorry. However, I've just measured quickly on the map here the actual separation between the application site and West Row, as it does get extended as well, remains at about 1.2 kilometres, and that is in accordance with the allocation. So that separation was obviously considered during the local plan process, and what's come forward now is in accordance with that expectation. You may recall from the indicative site layout plan and the green infrastructure parameter plan, which will be a approved plan should the application be approved, the western boundary will have a green corridor, including additional tree planting. It won't be a continuous tree block, which is not desirable because we want to retain some glimpse views of the hub and the St. Mary's Church in the distance. So there will be clusters of trees. There'll be planting along that edge to achieve a transition between the arable land and the development side. Then you raised concerns about construction traffic and not using Thetford Road and the like going past the cemetery, etc. That would be a matter that would be considered in detail under the condition 62, which is the construction management strategy, which would ask for routing of any construction traffic, including timings, and that would be considered alongside proposals for other developments that we are aware of, like Quality Road, for example. So these are details that will be considered at the condition discharge stage. Then you asked about the specs for the proposed roundabouts and compared it with the Mildenhall hub access. Now I'm a local, I'm using that junction a lot, and I know the problems with buses turning in and out. And we may or may not agree, but that junction was actually planned in that way to, and it is successful in that respect, slow down traffic and prioritise pedestrians and cyclists. So, it does work. People do now wait for buses to turn in, and people do wait to turn out. West Row Road will be slowed down all the way to the western gate entrance to 30 miles per hour. So you will no longer have cars coming into Mildenhall at speed. So we will already have a much more urban sort of driving behaviour by the time we get to that junction. However, the 2 roundabouts proposed, details will still be secured by condition. The details that have been submitted so far do show a proper roundabout layout that is large enough for buses. The spine road is proposed to be wide enough for 2 buses to pass. So I believe that having 2 very well functioning roundabouts will actually relieve some of the pressure on the Sheldrick Way junction, because it will just not be as attractive anymore to turn in there if you can, it will just spread out more. There'll be combined trips, and I'm talking now as just a local rather than a highways expert, but people use junctions that function well. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is that as part of the education strategy, Red Lodge will get its own high school, like upper school, and there will be a lot less buses coming from Red Lodge to access the MCA. So the places that will be freed up at the MCA will be taken up by pupils from this development. So there should really be a lot more walking and cycling between the development, accessing the facilities at the hub, as opposed to the quite high bus frequencies at the moment, with all the children coming over from the Red Lodge area. And then going on to your proposal to defer the application because of unclarity around Folly Farm. I just again want to highlight that Folly Farm is phase 5 of the master plan phasing in any case. So the link between the entire of the site, phase 1, 2 and 3, would only be delivered at that stage anyway. So the initial phase 1, north and south of Westro Road, would be served by the eastern roundabout, and the phase 3 and 2 would then be served by the Spine Road and the roundabout. And only when the employment land would come forward with phase 3 in the southern parcel, would there be an actual need for that link, which would not actually follow that much later if Folly Farm was to come forward in phase 5. So it is in any case only phase 5, that link between the rest of the development and the employment land. So it doesn't seem reasonable to propose deferral for that reason. A lot will change in 9 years, which is the build-out time for this development. Councillor Waldron asked about water capacity and foul drainage. We have, of course, consulted Anglian Water. That has been raised as concerns by some locals. Anglian Water is set out in paragraph 6.18, a summary. They have no objection. And as members will be aware, there are other areas in the district where Anglian Water does object these days because of capacity issues. This is not the case for this West Mildenhall side.
Councillor Ball was asking about that link, but I think you've already covered that as
Yeah.
well.
So Councillor Ball asked about the link as well between the development and Folly Farm, and what if the relief road does not come forward? I think I've covered that mostly. It is the link would only be provided in phase 5 in any case. And the final question was from Councillor Smith. Oh, that was about the employment land, and that is fairly small, and how that would provide the 300 to 400 jobs. That is purely based on statistics. So we've got an indicative composition for the employment land, which is based on the latest West Suffolk Council employment needs assessment, and the indicative split over the floor space that could be created, which is set out as, top of my head, I think it was 20,000 square meters. It was a 2, because we can obviously go up to 12 meters. So you would achieve the floor space with that mix. Based on statistics, you can achieve between 300 and 400 jobs. Like I said, the actual detailed split would be subject to an updated needs assessment at the time the details will be submitted, required by the condition for the employment land strategy. Again, parking and access to the side will be subject to a travel plan, subject to policies in place that would require suitable parking arrangements for the uses proposed at the time. However, the indicative layout, we're satisfied that it would be able to accommodate the proposed mix of uses and along with the surrounding space on the 5 hectare as shown indicatively. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, and then just briefly, if I may, before members continue with their debate, just wanted to return to the motion for deferment. Britta had picked up on Councillor Neil's rationale in terms of Folly Farm and that land coming forward. There's also been various comments in relation to wider highways aspects of the scheme. I just want to draw members' attention to the decision-making protocol. Obviously, members are able to move to defer an application, but that's really to facilitate some further negotiation, to secure another piece of missing information, to enable you to determine what's in front of you. This is an application that's gone through an allocation process twice. It's been with officers since January 24, with lots of negotiation before that time and during the course of this application. So I just want members to be very clear about understanding what they're looking to achieve through that deferment. What additional piece of information do you need or require to enable you to determine the scheme in front of you? The deferment isn't a way in which you can seek a fundamental change to the application, because we have been presented with an application and that is the one that we need to determine. So I just wanted to leave that with members, and we may need to clarify before we move to vote on that what it is that we're seeking through the deferment.
Luke has a question.
Oh, sorry, Luke. Yes.
Thank you again. I'll be brief because Britta's covered the highway matters very thoroughly. I know the comment was withdrawn, but I would just like to reassure all members that there is total separation between the Suffolk County Council Highways team as local highway authority from any of the promotion side. As you've seen today, you know, the 3 people that are speaking on behalf of the site from a promotions basis are independent consultants, and we do, you know, take our responsibilities to the people of Suffolk very carefully in terms of maintaining that separation. So I know the comment was withdrawn, but I just wanted to offer assurances over that. In terms of the roundabout design, the indicative designs, as Britta says, are entirely consistent with the appropriate design standards, but the final designs will not only be submitted to discharge planning conditions, but also be subject to an extensive Section 278 process, which will involve tracking for all applicable vehicles required to use those. So all of those details around the roundabouts will be secured at the appropriate stage. There was questions sort of asked about bus services. The bus service will be secured in the travel plan, but also incentives to encourage people to use a bus will also be secured in the travel plan. So, you know, through taster tickets and things like that. I think, you know, I think the point's been made several times, but just to reassure people, the site for 1,000 houses was assessed without the link over the Folly farm land. That will be considered in and of itself when that site comes forward. And I deal with planning applications of this scale right across Suffolk, and it's very common for a master plan to be in multiple ownerships. The whole of Ipswich Garden suburb, for example, was in many ownerships, and we still secured adequate mitigation and the phasing of infrastructure that allowed for things to come forward in a sequential way. But just to offer the assurances that all of the transport assessment work shows that the site can come forward without the link. The link is a nice to have, and will be tested again when the Folly land is sort of factored in at a later stage. And I would just reassure, I would just sort of confirm what Penny's just said. In my opinion, there's no new information that is going to come forward in terms of highways and transport issues. And equally, I don't see that deferral would achieve anything in that there's no real capacity to resolve any fundamental issues. You have to make a decision based upon the matters that are put in front of you today.
Thank you, officers. Thank you, Luke. Right, I've got 4 people who in the queue. Three of them have spoken previously. So as a chair, can I just appeal that we don't have any repetition, please? So first up is Councillor London.
Thank you very much, Chair. Some requests for more information and then a sort of a response with regards to having seconded the proposal. So first the questions. Happy to note that there is some travel data from after the hub opened. Can I confirm where this traffic movement data from 2023 was taken, specific roads if possible, or at least confirmation that it is in areas that are applicable to this development rather than just generic Suffolk-wide data modelling. You've stated that the impact of the approximate 400 houses occupied before the school is operational would not be more onerous than the full development, but then you added in your opinion. So can I confirm if this is a statement based in modelling or based in professional understanding of the situation, please? And that is really important because the current Suffolk County Council school placement allocation policy does tend to fix those patterns of movement in place beyond the point where that school will open. The children will stay at alternative schools, and then actually when the school opens up, we're going to end up with other children that aren't able to access their local school, then crossing over and going into this new school, and they're both going to be travelling via Junction 7. I'm going to pick up on Councillor Malmö-White and Councillor Bull with what you've asked with regards to what deferment can do. I will push back, Councillor Bull, on saying that we can't do anything. I think we can do something. The Junction 7, Junction 8 road layout is going to be approaching South London levels of traffic during rush hour, and in South London they have provided ways of modifying Victorian street layouts for modern traffic flows, using things such as gyratories, etc. I'm not suggesting this, but for example, a Queensway New Street High Street gyratory. I think there are ways of pushing through the expected, let me rephrase that, a realistic expected number of traffic movements that are going to be generated by this development through those roads. But I don't think we can do it if we don't address it now. So that is the specific thing that I think is in the Venn diagram intersection between possible and things that could be looked at within the next month or within the next couple of months. I'm not trying to stop this development, but I'm trying to make sure that this best development is the best development it can possibly be. In Stanton, we were able to modify the road network with a similar delay, and we came back with something that was far better. I agree it's not perfect, and we're not going to get to perfect, but I do think that we can fight for better than 1,000 houses dumping the traffic down a C road onto a T junction. That's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, I'm not actually against the application. It's not a case of deferral stopping the development. I'm quite impressed with the development and the work that from the officers have put into it. But I do believe that until the link road is secured and the phasing is changed, if the link road was available now, it wouldn't be phase 5, it would be phase 1. The question was asked, will it make any difference to the traffic flow? It most certainly would. It will dilute down what's being sent up Queensway, because at the moment, coming in at phase 5, there is no other option. Everything's going to be pushed towards Police Station Square. If that link road through the industrial estate was available now, that impact would be grossly diluted. So I think there's every good reason for deferment and for negotiations for Folly Farm to go ahead and for the phasing to change. So that's why I've asking for deferment, so that those opportunities can be pursued. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Ball, please.
I will keep it brief. I absolutely and strongly agree with everything that Councillor Marmay-White said. We need to live in the real world. We all accept we need more housing, and given our existing road structures, it puts pressure everywhere. I think one of the modelling that was said by Highways is that there may be up to 20 waiting at the roundabout. I have to say, I live in a rural village. I drive in. There's a roundabout at the top of the bypass to Wixworth. If we only had 20 cars in rush hour, I'd be delighted. Sometimes it goes back to 40 or 50 cars. This is the nature of it. When time moves on, things change, and we have to change and understand that we can't rush from here to there. We have to leave time. When I first moved where I am now, it would take me 20 minutes to get into Bury. Monday morning, it took me an hour and a quarter because of the traffic. Now, this country doesn't have the funds to restructure it. How would we do it? We just have to change our mindset and be more patient. And I do support this application. We need the housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dicker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always rather like to wait and listen to what everybody else in this committee says before I speak. And for me, that's quite good today because I had a number of notes what I was going to say, and then I heard Councillor Marmay-White speak, and they've totally changed everything I was going to say. She is absolutely right. We've got what we've got, and we do seem to take an age to pass any applications when we actually can't do anything about the situations. A question I was going to ask is what the actual meaning of capacity is. That word's been used all the time. Now, I know what it means regarding sewage and things like that, but how many cars is a capacity at certain junctions, in particular Mildenhall? I started a new business in February in Mildenhall, near Sainsbury's, and it's pretty shocking at rush hour. And to the extent I come in from the Kentford Red Lodge way, so I would come through Worlington, and even the junction at Worlington, which joins the road into, I don't know road names very well, into Mildenhall, is backed up to there. That T junction at Worlington is backed up with cars trying to come out heading towards Mildenhall. So I know how bad it is. And in the morning, I'm told by my staff the best way actually is to go down to 5 ways. Who would have thought going down 5 ways in rush hour actually was quicker than going into Mildenhall through the country roads? So quite aware how awful all this is, and 1,000 homes is certainly not going to improve anything. And the tinkering, and that's all it is, tinkering with the roads that we've got is not going to help. But I would like the explanation anyway, what actually capacity means. I've sat in planning committees for over 20 years now, and I've never actually asked a question, probably because the road network has never been as bad until now of what we all put up with. I would love to support my members either side of me here and Ian over there, being the local members and things like that. But I generally believe that I don't see what the deferment will prove here. I listen to what John says, and I think that actually is a fair point. I think if we did defer, and it would be only for a month, and we could then get on with it in January and actually make a decision, that would be good. And it didn't extend further than that. Then I think the public would also see that we've done everything we can to make everything transparent. So I am still at this moment in time in two minds as to whether to back, I think the deferment is on the table at the moment, or would rather we straight to a decision. I think really that's all really I want to say. I'm still at the moment unsure of who to support here. But certainly the input here from Councillor Mildmay and Councillor Ball just now has been very helpful and made me change my thinking of what we should be doing today on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dicker. And to be clear, there is a proposal to defer by Councillor Neil, and it has been seconded by Councillor London, and that's the only substantive proposal we'll consider. But I need to go back to officers, and hopefully when officers have responded, I can then test the committee's position on deferment.
The phasing.
Right. First, turning to Councillor London's questions about or suggested deferral to explore more or different mitigation at the Junction 7. I would just like to reiterate that the proposals for Junction 7 are outline proposals. They've been considered to a degree and would be subject to safety audits and detailed design. So the proposals for crossings, etc., they will be pinned down at that stage. So it's not something that there wouldn't still be scope to do that and to consider these matters. I would have to refer to Luke again about questions for modelling data for the hub and the primary school phasing impacts potentially on transport. But just to address Councillor Neil's comments about the link road and that it should be secured now. I mean, we've heard it a few times now. The proposals have been modelled and tested with and without the link. We've got an adopted master plan which sets out Folly Farm as the phase 5. There is no policy requirement for this link to come forward at any earlier stage. So it's not a matter that a deferral could address or achieve to seek that link to be pulled forward into an earlier phase. So I can't see a benefit for deferral for that reason. And then Councillor Dicker asked the question about capacity. Not an highways expert, but my understanding is that capacity is junction dependent, and it will look at not just the queuing times, but how much the queuing may have a potential to impact on highway safety, blocking other roads and accesses, etc. So that is how I would answer that question. And then Councillor Dicker raised concerns about sort of queuing back Wellington and running, etc. I think, again, it's one of those things that's pretty much self-regulating, isn't it? You try routes. If they're quicker, you might take them. If not, you might revert back to using the Five Ways roundabout. So it is an existing problem. It's an existing problem, not just in our area. It is everywhere in the country. And again, has been said many times now, a development can only be expected to mitigate its own impacts rather than fixing existing problems. But yeah, if Luke has got any more detailed answers to those highways questions, that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, again, yeah, very, really interesting sort of further debate. Yeah, I have got the Councillor London's points. Yeah, I've looked at the traffic survey data from 2023, and it does cover every approach to Milden Hall, including a survey on West Row Road, included the A11, and so it also replicated all the ones that were in the 2016 counts as well, so we could compare like for like where possible. There were I think there were sort of circa 500 county-wide, and also we surveyed all of the bus stations, railway stations as well, to get multimodal counts for walking and cycling. So yeah, very extensive. And the new Suffolk model will be available as of early next year, and we'll be using that to support the development of your new local plan with Marie and her team. So it's good piece of work which we'll continue to work with West Suffolk on. I would say that I think Britta made the point very, very well, but it isn't the responsibility of the development to solve existing issues, as we said earlier, and the conditioned schemes do meet the NPPF tests. I will just sort of jump to Councillor Dicker's point about capacity. I mean, you probably don't want to hear an hour-long lecture about capacity. That's probably not a good use of committee time. But generally, we will. So you express capacity in terms of volume versus capacity. So each junction has a theoretical capacity based upon whether it's a roundabout, a T junction, a signal-controlled junction, and then you assess the traffic volumes projected against that threshold. Generally, if a junction is approaching its capacity, where you would say 85%, then that would be the trigger to have a more detailed look. And I would just say that, we did say earlier, but I would just reinforce that the Suffolk model was used to do the scoping, and the Suffolk model covers obviously all of Suffolk, also covers into Cambridgeshire as well, with quite a deep buffer into Cambridgeshire. So all of those sort of potential rat running routes that exist were all considered in this early scoping, and it's only the junctions that had material impacts from the development, taking those junctions to approaching their capacity, were dealt with in detail, and that's the work that Bev and Carey's team have done in terms of looking at those junctions and coming up with the mitigation schemes. So, I think, Councillor Bull and Councillor Mardmay-White made good points around, the world is changing. We've seen that in other parts of the country in terms of more use of active travel. We do appreciate Suffolk's a very rural county, and we're not going to get to like central Manchester, central London levels of modal shift to walking and cycling, but the levels that we are building upon in our LTP and area plans are robust and are feasible for Suffolk. And I live in the centre of Ipswich, and if I had 20 cars in a queue on any of the junctions I would have to go through, then I'd be very happy indeed. And then I think, further points were made around the link road delivery and phasing, and just to reassure that the site has been assessed without the link road because of the phasing and all of the impacts, in terms of the mitigation schemes, consider that. But it would obviously be advantageous, once the full master plan's built out, to have the link road, but that's a matter for that application in due course.
I will just go on to clarify what my understanding is for the reasons for deferment, but just before that, I wanted to just point out a couple of sort of factual points relating to the planning process, so members have everything before them before they make the decision. We have an extension of time on this application until the 10th of December, I believe. So at the moment, we don't have agreement to carry us further any forward than that. Obviously, at that point, an applicant is entitled to make an appeal against non-determination. I'm not saying that, I'm not going to comment on the likelihood or otherwise of that, but I think it is important that members are aware of all the facts in that regard. This is an application that we've wanted to bring at the earliest opportunity. There'd been considerable pressure on getting a decision for this. It's an important site. Up until really the last possible moment, Britta has been working very hard to negotiate on all of these things to bring that package before you today. So I just wanted to just clarify that before we move forward with the motion. But the reason I have listed here is in relation to some points raised by Councillor Neil. Some were added by Councillor London. So I think, Councillor Neil, you'd probably need to confirm for the record if you were happy for those to be included. It was in relation to the delivery of the Folly Farm land and the phasing and the provision of that link road. And then subsequent points were added by John London in relation to highways, desires for seeking betterment and to consider different designs for junctions, particularly junctions 7 and 8 is what I have noted here.
Thank you, Penny. Can I just seek the proposer's view on that? Okay, right. I'm going to move straight on to Well, we are actually. There is a proposal on the table from Councillor Neil for deferment for all the reasons that Penny has outlined and has been confirmed by the proposer. That was seconded by Councillor London. Can I see a show of hands in? Oh, Councillor Neil.
I request a name vote, please. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Okay. So you need now 5 additional members of the committee to support that position. So can I see a show of hands in favour of that, please?
That's failed, Chair. There's only 2 of us.
Okay, that's failed, Councillor Neil. I'll start again, if you don't mind, because I was part way through. Okay, so it's been proposed by Councillor Neil and seconded by Councillor London for the reasons outlined by Penny and accepted by the proposer. Can I see a show of hands in favour of deferment, please? And those, yes, and those against, please?
Yeah,
Okay, Claire, please declare the result.
So that is 3 votes in favour of deferment and 10 votes against, so the motion is lost.
Thank you, Claire. So we can continue the debate or we can have another proposal. Councillor Holder, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just coming back to me, I won't go at length what I said earlier, but I will propose that the outline planning permission be granted on this paper with the associated, conditions, reserved matters as listed in our papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Seconder, please. Councillor Mulmay-White.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second that proposal.
Does anyone wish to speak on this issue? Councillor Neil, please. Well, you can ask for a name vote, but then... Sorry, a recorded vote. So Councillor Neil now wants a recorded vote on this. Can there be people show support for that, please? And then, again, it needs to be Councillor Neil plus 5.
There's only 2 of you, Chair.
And that's failed again, Councillor Neil, but good try. Okay, I'm now going to go straight into, just make a note of that. So this is now a proposal by Councillor Holder, seconded by Councillor Mulmay-White, to approve the application as it currently stands and subject to all the conditions and qualifications. And I'd like to see a show of hands in favour of approving the application, please. And those against, please. And abstentions, please.
So that is 10 votes in favour, 1 vote against and 2 abstentions. So the motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. And thank you everybody who participated. We've now got a break. I'm looking at the time now, it's 1:20. Can we... Oh yes, by the way, member, we are still live streaming members, but I'm proposing a 20-minute break. So can we be back here sharp at 1:20. Thank you very much. the housekeeping issues that I raised this morning, but I promise not to mention the use of the microphones because I think we got through that one okay, actually. But a warm welcome to the Development Control Committee meeting today, the 3rd of December 2025. A few things to mention. Could I please ask that all phones are on silent, in flight mode or switched off? The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube, so if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I stress, the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So as a matter of courtesy, can I see whether there is anyone who is concerned about appearing on live stream on YouTube? No. The members here don't have a choice, you know. It's called open democracy. On that basis then, I would like to begin the meeting, and again I'll go back to the beginning of the agenda, and I would ask Helen to outline the apologies for absence for what is part B of the agenda.
Chair, we have apologies from councillors Rachel Hood and Jim Thorndike, and councillor Don Waldron left the meeting after part A concluded, so he's no longer with us, and we have no substitutes present.
Thank you, Helen. I can dispense with the minutes because we've already approved those from the previous meeting, and declarations of interest is probably an opportunity to ask if there are any. I don't think there would be. Okay, that's fine. On that basis then, we're now here to consider the planning application land west of Bardwell Road, Ixworth. And Sarah, you are the case officer. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So this application before us now is land to the west of Bardwell Road in Ixworth. It's an application for up to 160 dwellings, including 40% affordable, provision of open space, landscaping, sustainable drainage, associated infrastructure and works. And the proposal is in outline form with all matters reserved apart from means of access. So just a couple of updates for you. Since the papers were published, we are aware that an email was circulated to members from Ixworth Parish Council with a link to a video showing traffic passing parked school buses and a near accident. We've also had further comments from Suffolk County Council Highways regarding the footbridge over the A143, and I'd just like to read you a short section from that which summarises their position. We acknowledge that it would be very beneficial in providing high quality access to the wider local public right-of-way network, and whilst we support this and it aligns with our ambitions as a local highway authority, the proposed development is providing access to alternative public rights-of-way, and we must acknowledge the benefits that this would provide. And then finally, a further email has been circulated to members from Green Ixworth. These matters raised are addressed within the report and will also be covered in this presentation. So turning firstly to the location plan. I'm going to just get my laser pointer up, sorry. So this is the main site to the northwest of the village centre, adjacent to the A1088 to the north, which runs along the northern boundary, and then we have the Langridge track along the southern boundary, and then these red lines to the south and southwest indicate some new public rights of way that we'll be securing. Turning now to the constraints of the site, the area in yellow is the site allocation, but the planning application itself excludes this southeast corner. And on there we have some existing commercial units, an agricultural grain store and some residential properties. We also have the listed buildings indicated in pink, and a public right-of-way is this dashed line at the bottom here, and the conservation area is the dotted red line, which comes up here, joins the southwest corner of the site and goes across here.
A question on site was about the quality of the agricultural land. It is grade 2, which is considered very good quality. So turning now to the photos, this is the Langridge track, which is where we walked up on Monday on the site visit. A view from Bardwell Road itself. Then looking north up Bardwell Road, those existing residential properties outside of the site. And the car there is just on Walsham Road, which takes you to the secondary school. Further up along Bardwell Road, you can see the access here into the grain store building. Sorry, wrong way. And again, this is where the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit ends. So this is just past the grain store access. And this is a view from the Langridge track itself. So this is the back of those residential properties and the yard associated with those existing commercial units. The front of those. And then a view looking west along the Langridge track with that those commercial units to the north there. So this is where we stood on site to view the site itself, which is predominantly an agricultural field, and you've got residential properties to the south. A view looking north, so this hedge here is the sort of western boundary of those commercial properties. And then a view looking east, and that's the grain store building there just behind those bushes. This is a view, again, looking along the Langridge, along sort of further west, and the buildings you can see there are the associated with the dairy farm adjacent to the site to the west. View looking south from the Langridge, and this is where the new bridleway will connect down to Thetford Road. And then a view looking north. So this is essentially the western boundary of the site, adjacent to the dairy farm to the west. And then a further view from within the dairy farm itself, looking east across the site. And this is where we sort of near where we stopped on the coach on Thetford Road, the existing footpath which the new bridleway would connect onto. And the existing, what is currently a permissible path, which will be made into a formal public right-of-way as part of the proposals. So taking you now to some of the details. So we do have an indicative site layout at this stage, which shows the provision of up to 160 houses, including custom self-build plots, SUDs, play and open space provision, circular walking route with off-site connectivity, dog off-lead area and landscaping. The indicative layout provides sufficient comfort at this stage that acceptable details can come forward through any reserved matters application. So just in terms of the structure of this presentation, we're going to cover the policy and principles, habitats regulations, highways matters, sustainable connections, flooding and sustainable drainage, public open space, heritage impacts, ecology and biodiversity net gain, landscape and tree impacts, section 106. Well, we do have some additional conditions, and then finally a summary and planning balance. So turning firstly to section 38.6, which obviously reminds us that applications for planning permission should be determined in accordance with our development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And in addition, paragraph 11 of the NPPF approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. And then, of course, we have the allocation policy AP29, which allocates the site for around 145 homes and up to 300 square metres of gross retail floor space and associated car parking. What's proposed here is just the residential homes, the proposal being up to 160 dwellings, and this is considered to fall within this policy requirement. So turning now to the Habitats Regulations Assessment, this is set out within the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations. The site is within the recreational zone of influence of the Breckland Special Protection Area and Breckland Special Area of Conservation. Policy SP11 of our local plan sets the framework for mitigation measures designed to protect these sites across the district. It requires that new development, which would result in a net increase in dwellings and is likely to increase recreational pressure on any European site of nature conservation, will be required to demonstrate that adequate measures are put in place to avoid or mitigate potential adverse effects. An appropriate assessment has been completed, which concluded no adverse effects on the integrity of the Breckland SPA and SAC, subject to conditions to secure details and delivery of on-site suitable alternative natural green space, known as SANG, and securing SAM contribution as set out in the report. So turning now to highways matters, paragraph 116 of the NPPF reminds us that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. The report details the public representations which raise concerns over highway safety and traffic congestion, particularly along the High Street and A143, as well as concerns about the proposed junction being on Bardwell Road. A transport assessment has been submitted alongside the application in accordance with policy LP33, and county highways accept findings presented and do not object to the application on highways grounds, subject to conditions. It's important to note that allocation policy AP 2029 specifically requires access off Bardwell Road. Access off Bardwell Road was a key consideration of the allocation throughout the local plan process. It's also important to note that the Transport Mitigation Report, which was undertaken as background evidence informing the West Suffolk local plan, sets out possible physical mitigation measures that the Ixworth developments could deliver. So just to be clear in terms of what we're considering at this stage, the procedure order defines access as the accessibility to and within the site for vehicles, cycles and pedestrians in terms of positioning and treatment of access and circulation routes, which these fit into the surrounding access network. So we are only considering means of access at this stage, and this is the main vehicular access into the site from Bardwell Road. The remaining access details will come forward at the reserved matters stage as required under condition 2. Conditions 16 to 23 secure the various highways related improvements, and condition 29 secures submission of details of the rights of way connections with the reserved matters application. So firstly, we have improvements to the Ixworth Northern Roundabout, which is here, and this is the application site here. Improvements are proposed to this roundabout where the A143 connects with the A1088. The details show a realigned curb to the southbound northern arm. Yeah. This provides sufficient width for 2 lanes on this approach. By providing an additional lane on the approach, more traffic can pass through the junction. Highways considered this to be acceptable, and precise details of the improvements will be secured by condition. Okay, so moving along to the improvements along the A1088. So the image plan on the top left shows proposed location for transition between 40 mile an hour and the national speed limit, which is here, and that's on towards the western end of the site where you've got the dairy farm to the west. The right plan shows the proposed location for transition between 40 miles an hour and the national speed limit on the other end of the A1088, close to the northern roundabout. And then along the bottom plan, we have improved Ghost Island Junction on the A1088, which is here, to include splitter islands with reflective bollards and reinstated white lining. So the highway improvement plan is rather long, so I've broken it down into sections to take you through each of the improvements that are proposed. So firstly, this plan shows where the new access will come from the development onto Bardwell Road. It's an uncontrolled T-junction, providing the main vehicular access into the site. We have 2 metre wide footways along the frontage to the north and the south of that new access. We have a new uncontrolled crossing with central refuge at this point here. And we have the relocation of the speed limit transition and new gateway features to this point here. So currently, the existing 30-mile-an-hour speed limit finishes here near the grain store access. So turning now to the matter relating to parking of school buses, which has been a key concern raised by the parish. And it's the conflict of vehicles using the proposed access onto Bardwell Road and the parking of school buses on Bardwell Road. And these buses are parked along here. So this is the new access junction, and this is the existing grain store access. The applicant submitted a stage 1 road safety audit together with designer's response to evidence that buses parking on Bardwell Road will be safe following construction of the new development access. The information submitted included vehicle tracking plans showing that a refuse vehicle and fire engine can access and egress the site safely with the buses parked on Bardwell Road. So these top plans show a vehicle turning into the new access from the south and the north, and the bottom 2 plans show the vehicles leaving the site, turning left and turning right. This information was considered by the Highways Authority, and it was agreed that buses waiting close to the proposed access junction for a limited period of time each afternoon during term time would not result in a severe impact on the highway network. It should also be noted that the scope of the highway improvements would reduce the speed limit on Bardwell Road and the A1088, so traffic on Bardwell Road should be within a 30-mile-an-hour limit, more urbanised environment rather than the current 30 to 60-mile-an-hour environment. It is therefore anticipated that future traffic speeds would be less than they are currently. Okay, so just moving further down that same plan along Bardwell Road. So you've got the site access here, the grain store, existing access here. We've got new bus stops on the north and southbound carriageways, including raised curbs and shelter. We've got provision of a 3.5 metre shared use foot and cycleway on the western side of Bardwell Road. Which goes from the site access up to the existing zebra crossing at Fordham Place further south. We've got tactile paving and dropped curbs to the south of the site access at this point here. And we have a new Toucan crossing with associated infrastructure, which is at this point here. And this is the turning in to Walsham Road, which takes you to the secondary school. So again, moving a little bit further down, this is the turning into Walsham Road. That's the new Toucan crossing. And then we have a segregated pedestrian and cycle route from the end of Walsham Road to the southern side of St Edmund's Close, which is this road here. Again, moving a bit further down, we've got the continuation of the 3.5 metre shared use footway cycleway to the western side of the High Street, and we've got tactile paving and drop curbs to Street Lane Farm here. Street Farm Lane, get it right, sorry. And then one further plan, a little bit further south again. Again, we've got the continuation of the shared use footway cycleway on the western side of the High Street, up to the existing zebra crossing, which is here. Tactile paving and drop curbs at Fordham Place, here and here. These combined enhancements will improve the safety of children crossing Bardwell Road from the development and walking to the secondary school on Walsham Road and the primary school on Crown Lane. And then we have, so this is the section of Thetford Road. We have a speed limit alteration on Thetford Road, moving the national speed limit further west, and we will include a new gateway feature to ensure cars are driving more slowly past pedestrians using this narrower section of footpath. Works will include widening the footway on the northern side to 1.2 metres by removing vegetation and installing new tactile paving and drop curb pedestrian crossing to access the new walking route, which is just here. And the new bridleway will come down the edge of the field or the meadow and will connect into the existing footpath at this point. In terms of sustainable connections, the site is located a short distance from the village centre to the south, which contains a variety of services and facilities. The indicative plans show a number of access points along the southern boundary of the site, marked in blue, which is along the Langridge. From the eastern end of the Langridge, it's approximately 600 metres to the nearest convenience store on the high street, with further shops and services also in close proximity. The Langridge track along the southern boundary of the site will become a bridleway to enable a pedestrian and cycle route, and this will link up with a new bridleway shown as the orange line, running from the western end of the Langridge south along the edge of the meadow and connecting onto Thetford Road. From the western end of the Langridge, it's approximately 350 metres to the doctor's surgery on Peddars Close to the south, and that is this building just here. The Section 106 will secure the necessary funds for the order making and works, and Condition 29 will secure the precise details of these connections. And just for wider context, this is a plan that's available online, promoted by the county, which just shows Ixworth Walks. So this is the site up here. The new bridleway will come down here, connect into this new footpath loop and onto this existing bridleway here. So that then gives lots of options in terms of longer walks that anyone might want to do. So in terms of flooding and sustainable drainage, a flood risk assessment has been submitted confirming the site has been in flood zone 1 and therefore at low risk of flooding. On-site infiltration testing has informed the surface water drainage strategy, and the indicative green infrastructure plan before you shows 2 main attenuation basins to the west of the site, here and here, and 1 smaller one, as well as swales along the road. The LLFA have assessed the proposals and, subject to recommended conditions 13 and 14, that will allow the design detail to be addressed effectively at the reserve matters stage. The development is considered acceptable in this respect. Turning to public open space, the indicative open space parameter plan shows the required public open space provision on site in accordance with Appendix I of the adopted local plan. The development also triggers a built facilities requirement. This will not be provided on site, and the applicant has agreed to a contribution as set out in the report. This is based on the evidence provided within the sports facilities assessment and playing pitch and outdoor sports facilities assessment. In this case, Ixworth Parish Council have provided evidence of need locally and have requested the funds go towards their village hall project, which is accepted. The yellow shows, obviously this is an indicative plan, but the yellow indicates the pocket green, the red indicating a locally equipped area of play, and the green spaces being the public open space. So turning now to heritage impacts. We've already seen, we know the pink are the listed buildings and the conservation area boundary abuts here in the southwest corner. A heritage statement was submitted in support of the application, and the report sets out a detailed analysis of these heritage assets and how they might be affected by the development proposed, and concludes the proposed development will preserve the significance of the identified heritage assets, specifically in relation to any contribution made by their setting to their significance. Further analysis of this will be made at the reserve matters stage, and the proposal is therefore considered to comply with policies LP35 and LP37. In terms of ecology and biodiversity net gain, the local planning authority has a duty under Section 40 of the NERC Act to have regard to the exercise of their functions to the purpose of conserving and enhancing biodiversity to further the general biodiversity objective. The habitat value of the site is generally low, given it's principally arable farmland, with the exception of boundary hedgerows and woodland. A number of conditions are recommended to secure ecological mitigation, a construction environmental management plan, enhancements and lighting design. Condition 33 is recommended to undertake further surveys to ensure that survey data is still valid should the development not commence within 2 years of any outline approval. The information provided to support the application provides certainty that the likely impacts on designated sites, protected and priority species and habitats, with appropriate mitigation measures secured, the development can be made acceptable. The development must also deliver 10% measurable biodiversity net gain. The information provided with the application shows the proposed B&G enhancements on site are considered achievable and acceptable in principle. The Planning Act secures the delivery of B&G by applying a biodiversity gain condition to every planning application granted for the development of land. The B&G condition is a pre-commencement condition that requires a biodiversity gain plan to be submitted to and approved by the LPA prior to the commencement of development. In terms of landscape and tree impacts, members will have noted from the site visit that this is a fairly well-screened site, although visible to existing residents to the south and west. Policy AP29 requires strategic landscaping, including to soften the development edge and reduce the visual impacts of the surrounding countryside and provide buffers between areas of employment and residential use. A landscape and visual impact assessment has been submitted with the application. This acknowledges there will be moderate to slight adverse effect on the character of the site, but impacts will be mitigated through a detailed landscaping scheme which will come forward at a reserved matters stage. There are trees and hedgerows present on the site boundaries. The Arbor Impact Assessment does show removal of trees to facilitate both the access onto Bardwell Road and the new footpath along Bardwell Road. Conditions are recommended to secure tree protection details and arboricultural method statement, as well as appropriate replacement trees. Impact on trees can therefore be suitably mitigated and precise details will be provided at the reserved matters stage. Turning to Section 106 heads of terms, the applicant has agreed to a package of Section 106 contributions as set out on page 204 of your papers, required to make the development acceptable in planning terms. It's considered these are adequate to meet the needs of the development, including necessary infrastructure, and is still compliant as set out in the report. As I advised at the beginning, we do have to have regard to the Act, which advises us that applications for planning permission should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise, and in the EMPF approving development proposals which accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. Policy AP29 also allocates this site for the proposed development. The application is therefore acceptable in principle as the site is allocated in the West Suffolk Local Plan. Turning to the planning balance, in terms of those matters weighing in favour, we have delivery of housing, including 40% affordable and custom and self-build plots. We have highway safety improvements. We have enhanced public rights-of-way connectivity, open space and SANG provision. We have economic benefits associated with housing at the construction phase and once occupied, and also significant biodiversity enhancements. Weighing against is the loss of trees to facilitate the access and new footpath along Bardwell Road. So just in terms of the additional conditions I mentioned, we have one relating to housing type and tenure, and that's just to requiring a statement to identify what this will be at the reserved matters stage in accordance with policy SP17. We have a condition relating to the biodiversity gain plan and electric vehicle charging points. And finally, an update to the health impact assessment at the reserved matters stage. So just to summarise finally, the application is recommended for approval with the conditions set out in the report and the additional conditions that I've just outlined, and subject to the finalised Section 106 package. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Well, we turn our attention to registered speakers, and I can report we have Roger Spiller, an objector representing Green Ixworth. Councillor Ben Lord, you are the chairman of the Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council. We have Councillor Joanna Spicer representing herself as the county councillor for the Blackbourn division, and she's here in her own capacity. We have a written statement from Councillor John Griffiths, who can't be with us today, and Andrew Fillmore, yes, from Pigeon Capital Management. So, in that order, Roger, you've got 3 minutes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. I speak on behalf of Green Ixworth. Meeting just two conditions would enable our full support for the application. Those conditions are we support the Parish Council, as you will hear from the next speaker, in their view on the access, and the Parish Council and West Suffolk local plan to provide long-promised safe access to the countryside and the Shepherd's Grove employment area via a foot cycle bridge over the A143. This should be supported by Section 106 funds from both the foreseeable developers. This is substantiated by the document received from Green Ixworth yesterday. Ixworth is an urban island in a sea of nature, largely inaccessible to people. There are no safe road crossings. And indeed, one of the existing road crossings on the A143 has seen 2 serious accidents. Equalities legislations require accessibility to the countryside for those with protected characteristics. And the only way to get to the Shepherd's Grove employment area is via the crossing on the A143, which is, as we've heard, unsafe. National and local policies on active travel require that public rights-of-way cycle paths are essential for access to recreation, exercise and employment. Highways is responsible for this. Lack of a bridge will increase vehicle dependency. Foot and cycle connection to neighbouring communities is required by both the National Policy Planning Framework and the West Suffolk Local Plan policies. The A143 bypass severed Crown Lane. The gap was replaced by steep steps onto the road surface, carrying 3 lanes of heavy, fast-moving traffic. Highways surveyed and determined the landing points for the bridge. Since then, a footbridge has been Highways policy, subject to expected developer contributions. Ixworth has relied on this assurance. Only on Monday this week did we see a reversal of this previous policy of Highways. We greatly welcome the proposed new rights-of-way, albeit largely internal to the village, provided by the developer. However, the additional traffic primarily using the 143 will be sizable, around 850 vehicle movements per day. Including the retail area and other nearby developments, this will grow in the next few years to 4,000 vehicle movements per day, primarily using the 143. In its original offer, land for and a large financial contribution to a new village hall was made. No longer in the plan, this land enables 16 more dwellings, generating additional value well in excess of £500,000. So there are 4 questions which Highways should answer before approving this application. Is Highways disowning their long-standing policy of developer funding? Is Persimmon to carry the full cost? Will some other funding stream be used? And how can Ixworth residents safely access the countryside and the employment area?
Roger, I'm sorry to interrupt, but unless you've just finished. I was trying to anticipate and I didn't get it quite right. Right, Ben, as chairman of Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council, you can address the committee. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members, good afternoon. You are considering the single largest planning application in Ixworth's history. And more so than any other application we've known, it is vitally critical this is determined correctly. As outlined in our neighbourhood plan, Ixworth welcomes the notion of high-quality new housing that this application promotes. However, this must be done in a way that measures and meaningfully mitigates the impact on our infrastructure, including a robust Section 106 position. Whilst the outlined nature of this planning application ensures we have a further chance to better determine its detail in the future, it is the means of access that is determined in full now which presents us with grave concerns in the strongest terms. Put simply, and as evidenced by the short video circulated to you all in advance of today, providing an access for up to 160 houses and the potential for an undefined mixed use into this site from Bardwell Road is a recipe for disaster. Highways officers declaring this is safe do so based upon theory rather than the real world effects my village already encounters and where the access proposed will irrefutably create significant and serious impacts to the immediate highway network in and around the village. School buses convene along Bardwell Road opposite the proposed access because they simply have nowhere else to go. If the proposed condition of a no parking bond is implemented when the foreseen situation already apparent is proven, where then do the buses go? Imply implying, as is recommended, that it is for the school to solve is both crass and short-sighted, as is attempting to deflect this onto another site that is not for determination now. Suffolk County Council have failed to measure this as both the Highways Authority and the Education Authority responsible for school transport, where it is incumbent to ensure pupils are transported safely to and from school. What is proposed here threatens the safeguarding of children, where it is fundamental their safety to travel for school remains sacrosanct. Local plan policy may stipulate for access to come off Bardwell Road, but it clearly states an obligation for it to be safe and suitable. We now prove beyond measure that it is profoundly unsafe and unsuitable. Your attention is drawn to the road safety audit the applicant submits, which was undertaken during school holidays, where no buses or school traffic were present. The applicant has committed to commissioning a second road safety audit, yet this has not materialised in readiness for today's meeting. Coupled with the evidence of not the first near-miss accident, as recent as 2 weeks ago along Bardwell Road, demonstrates how unequivocally compelling it is that you refuse this application, that then firmly directs the applicant to proposing a new junction into this development from the A1088 as they originally stated they would. Should the applicant heed the common sense to do this, it is highly likely that objections to this application would be withdrawn. Until then, and by exhaustively knowing the collective concerns from consultees raised to date, they're placing the safety of our residents and that of the future residents occupying the houses they seek for this site in jeopardy.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much indeed. Joanna, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much, Chairman, for agreeing to my speaking today. Thank you. I don't feel terribly comfortable being described as an objector, because actually I don't object to this planning application overall, and indeed, along with Councillor Griffiths, we've been looking forward to this application coming forward and expecting it, we think, for about 20 years now. My concerns relate only to the access. I feel there has indeed been mixed messages from the County Council Highways over the last 5 years, and at the beginning of all the discussions about this site, the access was being talked about as being off the A1088. I want to put to you a couple of compelling reasons why I hope you will defer a decision today for further discussion about where the access should be. You may be told that Suffolk County Council Highways wouldn't permit access off the 1088. Now, that's not actually true, and I've got with me today a letter confirming from Senior Planning Officer only 10 days ago, confirming that they would be quite happy to look at it. The real reason, first reason, is about the road safety concerns which have already been articulated with access onto Bardwell Road. But you're only looking today at the outline planning application for the housing. As you will have seen in the southeast corner of the site, and it's in the maps on page 229 in your papers, there is the area known currently as the grain store. Now, in previous planning documentation, and indeed it's been referenced again today, this has been referred to as mixed use or retail use in the future, which means that you're being faced today with only half the picture. You've got the information, and it's quite accurate, about the access from the houses, but at some point there will be access from this mixed use or retail on the other corner, and that will create a further access. And when Councillor Griffiths and I met the applicants just 2 weeks ago, they did confirm that there would still be the likelihood of an additional second access along close to the one you're looking at today. So what this really means is you haven't got in front of you the full highway implications of what could eventually be two, not just the one access points onto Bardwell Road. I noted in the presentation the reference to the NPPF, which talked about that you should consider reasonable future scenarios. And I think the use of that grain store site is a reasonable future scenario. You've heard from the two previous speakers about the 325 pupils who are delivered to school by bus. And again, it seems the County Council here have focused, of course, on their role as a highway authority, but perhaps more emphasis should have been on their role as an education authority and getting children safely to school.
Joanna, I'm very sorry, but 3 minutes. Can you finish quickly?
Yeah, I am finishing. So I am urging you today to please defer a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Right, we've now got a written statement to be read out by Helen, which is from Councillor John Griffiths, who is the District Councillor for the area.
Apologies for not being able to attend this meeting in person due to prior commitments. That said, I will try to keep this written report brief since the County Councillor for Ixworth, Chairman of the Parish Council and several others are with you, and after many meetings with them on this are aware of my views. Firstly, I would like to thank them and indeed the applicants and our planning officers for the attention and detailed consideration they have given to this proposal over the last few months and indeed much longer. Secondly, I would repeat my long-standing support in principle for the right kind of mixed and needed housing on this site and this application in general, alongside the right environmental, recreational, infrastructure and other protections. However, the main concern now of the Parish Council, County Councillor, Green Ixworth and many others in my ward who have provided you with detailed reasons which I support relates to the currently proposed access off Bardwell Road as opposed to a surely safer access off the A1088, beg your pardon, as proposed originally. How this has changed remains a little confusing to me and seems due not least to very mixed messages from Suffolk County Council Highways about this over the last few months. Be that as it may, I now understand that a change back to access off the A1088 is a real possibility, and if achieved, I believe this application would have our County Councillor, Parish Council, Green Ixworth and others' support. I'm not sure whether a deferral is necessary, which I would suggest if so, to achieve this, but I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you, John. And finally, we have Andrew on behalf of the applicants. You've got 3 minutes, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair, councillors, for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. You have heard representations regarding the unsuitability of the access, which is disappointing given this matter was recently considered in detail through the local plan examination. The examining inspectors were fully aware of the existing situation of school buses parked on Bardwell Road through the representations of the Parish Council, with the local plan found sound, subject to policy criteria for access to be taken from Bardwell Road. The purpose of a plan-led system is to provide confidence to local communities, those bringing forward new market and affordable homes, and decision makers on planning applications, with this scheme fully compliant with all criteria. Informal bus parking presently occurs on Bardwell Road outside the 30-mile-per-hour speed restriction, with this application extending this limit such that the access and any parking buses will be subject to significantly reduced speeds of passing vehicles. The independent road safety audit has demonstrated the access to be safe. Notwithstanding matters of highway safety, the access arrangement brings clear placemaking advantages through promoting integration of the new homes within the village. Whilst it is disappointing the extensive engagement that has taken place over the past 8 years with the Parish Council has not led to agreement on this matter, the scheme fully complies with the requirements of the local plan and delivers a safe access which supports high-quality new homes with a comprehensive community benefits package. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. And if there are any questions, they'll come through the chair, just to be clear. Okay. Right. We're now on to committee debate. We've got Councillor Ball, please.
Gosh.
Oh, sorry. Can I just introduce? We've got a change of face over here. We had Luke Barber this morning. We've now got our old friend Peter Bradfield back to talk about highways. I don't mean old, just that we've just known you a long time. So, Councillor Ball, please.
It's made me forget what I was going to say. I appreciate that we can only, we have to look at the application in front of us, but I'd like to understand why there is a reluctance to have the entrance off the access off the 1088. Is it because there is a potential access for the other plot of land nearer the roundabout? And if that is the case, then why the fact that in the future there might be another onto the grain store on Bardwell Road? You can't apply it to one and not the other. So I'd like to understand that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And there's no other requests from members to, so we can, oh, there is now. I'll have to stop saying that. Councillor London, please.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, I just didn't realise there was not going to be any people in the queue. So a couple of questions. So first of all, we've had a few things that have been stated that highways have stated, and I just wanted to sort of get it from the horse's mouth, as it were. Would access via the 1088 be considered acceptable? And can I confirm, please, when the site visit proportion of the road safety audit was done, and if that was during school time or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Mildmay-White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is quite a dilemma, really, because we have two completely conflicting views, one from the parish and one from highways. And I'm confused. Can we go back as to why the access off the A1088 changed? I probably should have paid more attention to the local plan, but you can't watch every village. So I'd be interested to know why that was changed. And then, of course, the density. The original application, or the original local plan, was for around 145, but the application before us has suddenly gone up to 160 homes. Why is that suddenly acceptable? Because, that's more cars, more people. So just those two questions for the moment, please. But I do find it difficult because children's safety must be absolutely paramount. Is there nowhere else for the school buses to park? Do they come down Bardwell Road from the A1088 and then do they have to turn round, or do they come through the village and go out? I'm just interested to know a little bit more about how we could accommodate these buses, because it does seem to me that is a recipe for disaster to have children getting on buses while you've got an entrance not far away for 145 homes, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Mildmay-White. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. If I read correctly, is it 6 buses in the morning, 6 buses in the evening? So they're building an extra 15 houses. Why can't they use that space as a safe stopping place for the buses to park up? That'd be a good, good thing for the use of the ground. Goodwill policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. Yes, we've got no other requests. Sarah, do you want to come back at this point? Okay, over to the officers.
As far as my involvement in this site has been, there was never any proposal for access to be off the A1088. The emerging allocation and the now adopted local plan allocation has always been for access off Bardwell Road, which is a lower classification of road. It's not an A road, and it's been through that local plan process and considered the most appropriate position for the main access into that site. In terms of future development for the remainder of the site, we don't know what that will be at this stage, and that will be for consideration of a future application. And that in itself will need to satisfy acceptable access and highway safety matters at the time that comes in. We can't, future gaze as to what form that might take, where the access might be. That is a matter for future consideration at the time an application comes in for it. Perhaps if I hand over to Peter about Councillor London's question about whether the A1088 access would be okay.
Good afternoon, councillors. Well, you'll all know the characteristics of the 1088, A-class road, presently subject to unrestricted speed limit. I would categorise that road as very much a movement-dominated carriageway. It's not a local distributor road. The sort of engineering that would be required to construct an access onto the 1088 would be significantly more than. But besides those points, the practical matter here is that the site has been allocated in the local plan, and in that plan it specifies that the access should be taken on Bardwell Road. So the Highway Authority are reviewing an application which is in accordance with the adopted local plan and puts the access as that plan has stipulated. So I'm not sure if it's reasonable for the Highway Authority to be drawn into a hypothetical argument about, well, the access should have been somewhere else, because the access is where it's been defined in the local plan, which is your West Suffolk adopted planning document. Respectfully, I say that. I think you could also say that for a community to have to take a manoeuvre out onto an A-class road for every single vehicular journey, that is a fairly onerous thing for future residents to have to deal with. And it doesn't seem unreasonable that the new community in Ixworth, when this is built out, have access to the main road that serves the community, both for vehicles and for walking and cycling. So I think I would lead with the point of the access is where the local plan has said that the 1088 is a completely different sort of road, of the A-class road, the 1088. To my knowledge, there have been no plans prepared showing alternative locations where the access could be. There may be obviously things that have happened preceding me that I'm just not aware of. But I don't think the argument that an access should be relocated onto the 1088 is robust. And apart from people saying they think it's going to be a good idea, nothing has been brought forward for us to consider that. And what we are considering is in accordance with the local plan. I think that probably answers a few of the questions that you've individually raised about where the location of the access would be. Councillor Mildmay-White asked about the density increase from 140 dwellings approximately. It's a very small lift in terms of the actual vehicular movement that would occur from the development, whether or not it's 145 or 160 in terms of dwellings, very, very small. Even at peak time, there's a few vehicles here and there, really. The school bus arrangements, those buses wait at that location. The children don't depart and get onto the buses at that location. The buses wait there for a short period of time and because the school doesn't have the capacity, the space to be able to handle the number of buses that are required. So our understanding that the situation is that as one bus that has attended the school, the kids have got on it, that bus leaves, that creates enough room, then the bus leaves Bardwell Road, it goes to the school, the children get on the bus and then they begin their journey home. So we haven't got a location which is coming forward here, which is going to require children to manoeuvre outside of their school. In a perfect world, perhaps one could say, well, we wouldn't have vehicles waiting on the highway, but the school site just isn't large enough to cater for getting all of the children to and from school. So that's not perfect. And the Highway Authority, we acknowledge that, but in our assessment, we're changing the characteristics of Bardwell Road really quite significantly in terms of speed limit, the reduction, or the extension of the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's going to be footways going in, there's going to be crossing points going in, there'll be additional street lighting. So that feel that drivers have at the moment as they leave the northern part of Ixworth and accelerate up towards the 1088 junction, that's going to change really quite significantly. It'll be a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit going up to that point, and then indeed the speed limit on the 1088 is also going to be reduced to make that junction safer. So I think I've picked up on the major points the councillors have asked for clarification on, but of course you'll come back to me. Sorry, was there one further?
I think there was also just the point that Councillor London had asked to be clarified in relation to the timing of the safety audit.
Ah, yes. My understanding, councillor, was that the initial road safety audit was done outside of school time. I think there was a follow-up audit or consideration of that. Sarah, I don't know if you could elaborate on whether they did any further review on the RSA there. So I'll defer now to Sarah, if that's all right.
Thanks, Peter. The road safety audit was done in August of this year, and that is covered at paragraph 73 of my report. So we obviously had concerns from the parish about it being undertaken in the school holidays, as there were no buses parked up when that safety audit was undertaken. But when the site visit was undertaken by the transport consultants, they were made clear about this issue of the buses parking on Bardwell Road, and the audit finalised using the evidence provided and under instruction for the buses to be assessed. So whilst it was done outside of school times, we have no reason to consider that RSA is not otherwise adequate or considering the appropriate safety aspects of buses parking on Bardwell Road. Just to cover a couple of other points, just in Councillor Marmee White, in terms of the capacity of the site, this allocation refers to around 145 dwellings. They are proposing a number up to 160. So it could come forward as 160 at reserved matter stage if the application was approved. But we do feel that the difference of 15 dwellings falls within that around figure, subject, of course, to the development being otherwise policy compliant. So that's why we consider the up to 160 dwellings to be acceptable. Just further to Peter's comments on the route of the school buses, they are only parked up on Bardwell Road in the afternoon. 3 buses park up on there. When they see a bus leave Walsham Road with children on, one of the parked up buses turns into Walsham Road to collect children. And there's another one, and it's a one in, one out scenario. So they're probably only parked up on Bardwell Road for maybe half an hour whilst that exchange of students getting on and leaving. So they come out of Walsham Road, turn right and onto the A1088, back the way they came, basically. So hopefully we've answered everything.
And then Councillor Smith just asked about why it wasn't considered in the site to provide a safe place for buses on the site. I think that's what I was touching on.
Yeah, so buses stopping or having provision within the site itself is covered in the report as well. We did at one point have a bus waiting area proposed within the site. And then with the road safety audit happening, it was considered that was not needed to be provided within the application site. And that proposal was then withdrawn from the proposal. So that's kind of what's happened to date in relation to on-site provision.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Councillor Ball, please.
Our speakers from Ixworth have made it quite clear, as I understand it, that they would find this application acceptable if the access was off the 1088 rather than the Bardwell Road. And I wonder if deferment to investigate that might be the answer. But the things I think I would like to understand is as our local plan has specified it's the Bardwell Road, is that an absolute non-runner? And if the reason for that, will that not apply? I can't remember. We had an application for the land which is nearer, the other side of the road, nearer the roundabout, where there was going to be a ghost junction. We passed that, didn't we?
We did.
And that access is off the Bardwell Road. So there's a bit of a conflict there. Thank you.
1088.
Sorry, off the 1088. I apologise. Thank you.
Could I just ask, just ask that you don't interrupt. Thank you. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Slightly burned saying this, but yes, deferment does seem to be an option. I'm concerned about two things. One is the buses, and again, other options that I'm looking at are. It feels like a monetary contribution to an off-site solution to this, so that the buses aren't waiting on that road, might be a solution. I know that the other end of Walsham Road is entirely blocked off. That could become a bus-only access point. I'm not trying to design a solution. I'm just saying that there are options available that are amenable to a 106 contribution for an off-site contribution to resolve that problem. And my understanding is that 106 is there to make an otherwise unsuitable development suitable for a local community. So that seems like a reasonable way of getting around that problem. And the only other thing I have, and again, unfortunately, I did miss this on the previous one, I noticed that our standard estate roads condition has altered back to its original format, which is no dwelling shall be occupied until the carriageways and footways serving that dwelling have been constructed to at least binder course level or better in accordance with the approved details, except with a written agreement with the local planning authority, which is fine in of itself. In Exning, we did have the situation where parents were then having to run their buggies, baby buggies down a 60-mile-an-hour road, because whilst the footways and carriageways were constructed to a binder level within the estate, it was not then attached to the wider footpath network. And I would I'm not proposing anything, but when we do, I'd really prefer it if we could alter that condition to make sure that those footpaths are connected to the wider network from before the first person is occupying the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Holder, please.
I don't have to do that, do I? Sort of observation, really. It was very good to go out to the site visit and see the thing. I remember there was the ghost thing on the other roundabout further towards Bury. But it's a very fast road there. I know they could change the speed limit. It's very straight. It's very encouraging you to go faster if it's straight and there's nothing there except fields. But as been explained very well by the the highways officer, that's my guilt coming up. It's in the local plan. This has been in the local plan for a long time anyway, and it's been agreed. There is another site maybe coming forward. We can't really discuss that. Nobody can understand the ramification of that on the village and this particular application. They're going to be separate, maybe separated by some considerable time. So, having read the papers, which the awful lot of objections, which is fair enough, rather like the last application we had about traffic and speed and congestion and all the rest of it. But as a school-run dad, as it were, it's the bane of my life picking my grandson up from the local primary school, or taking him there for that matter, because it's absolutely hell. You can't get anywhere near the place for parking. And at the bottom of the road from the school is a small wholesale transport. They transport stuff in, transport it out. And if the wagons are coming in at school time, gridlock is the answer. And however, you go there half an hour later and it's like a ghost town. There's nothing about. all the mums and the school run people have gone off to do whatever they do in the day. And it's not as if you're getting vehicles every 5 minutes to this trading park. It's just everything goes smoothly. These buses have to be there. They stay there waiting their turn to go in and out. And if you go around here in Bury St Edmunds and Benedict's, County Upper, they're right next door to other. It's buses hell, but only for 20 minutes. So I think we're complaining too much about that sort of thing. Having said that, looked at all the other things within the papers and very happy that's a very nicely put together paper. Thank you very much. As I've got to go on the school run, I'm not trying to speed things up, honestly, but I'm literally going to go, if this isn't settled in the next 5 minutes, off to pick up my grandson. So I'm, at this moment, recommending approval of this application, subject to the conditions we've seen laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Is that seconded, please? Okay. It isn't seconded, so it's failed. So, Councillor Glossop, please.
Chairman, I would like clarification, please, because our highways officer said that the 1088 is not suitable. It's an A road. And then our county councillor, Joanna Spicer, said she has a letter from a planning officer saying that they could consider the 1088. So I'd like to know who is right, because we're being told two stories. So can we have clarification, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. There's nobody else in the queue, so are you able to come back?
Few little bits to cover off. Some of them are just sort of points and some specifically questions. Let's start with the option of deferment and investigating another access into this site. And remind members that if we're looking for a deferment, it's for an additional piece of information, it's for a minor amendment to the scheme. It is not to seek a fundamentally different approach to the application in front of you. In this instance, you would also be seeking a fundamentally different approach to the one that was put forward in our local plan, that was considered at the examination in public, at which local members, parish councils are able to put forward their position in relation to where they consider an appropriate access should be to this allocation and any concerns they have about what we were proposing in our allocation. The inspector accepted the allocation as proposed. In fact, they omitted a slight, they asked for a slight change in relation to a specific tie to the bridge to the east. The inspector removed that from our allocation for this particular site. So again, it's just that thing for members to consider the appropriate use of deferring an application. We do have to look at what's in front of us, and we should be looking for a plan-led system. There was some comparison to the Crown Lane site, which members accurately noted has an access from the A1088 via a ghost right turn, which I believe members actually refused, and then it was allowed on appeal. Making direct comparisons between sites in planning is difficult because every site is on its own merits. That particular site did not have the benefit of an alternative lower order road to access the site from. There was an original proposal in the concept plan about adding a further arm to the roundabout. Highways then reviewed that and decided that that was not a safe option. Crown Lane was just not a suitable access for the main route for traffic into that site. And I think locally in the master plan for that Crown Lane site, it was very clear that the local community did not want to see that as a main access. So there was a position there where there was no other option on the table. So I think that's where sometimes you have a difficulty of making direct comparisons between sites because each one has to be looked at on its own merits. And again, referring back to our policies. In relation to the discussion about buses generally and that current situation in the parking up on the highway, I think it's worth just remembering that principle in planning where we're not looking for an application to solve problems that already exist that are beyond the scope of that application. And that would apply also if we were seeking contributions, because they've got to be compliant with those SIL regulations. And one of the key ones of that is it's got to be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. And we've heard quite clearly from officers and also from the local highway authority that they are happy with development as proposed. They don't need any additional funding or changes to that current situation. They are satisfied that it can operate safely. In respect to any other correspondence from other members of the Highway Authority, and I haven't got the email in front of me, so it's difficult to comment on the precise wording, but as a Highway Authority, they would have to consider anything that came before us. We don't always have the luxury of applications being submitted that accord with our plan. Very often, applications come forward with different approaches or different accesses. We are compelled to consider it. And in the same way, it wouldn't be right for the Highway Authority or to say we wouldn't even consider it. They couldn't do that out of hand, as Peter explained earlier. There simply hasn't been that investigation into whether or not it would or wouldn't be acceptable. But that doesn't override our starting point as the decision makers, which is our local plan. So I suppose that's all I can do in terms of commenting on what other officers have said, but that would be my starting point for West Suffolk. Yeah, Sarah's got something as well.
Just to come back to Councillor London about condition 26, the estate roads, we can absolutely amend that as we have done previously. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Okay, we've a bit of an impasse here because I've got no one wishing to speak and we have one failed proposal. Councillor Sayer, please. Thank you.
Right, I do have one question, and then I might make a proposal. I have no problem with the buses for the 15 minutes a day that they are there. No extra children come out there, so it'd be exactly the same with the buses going in. One in, collecting the children and come out. But there will be more children coming from the new development crossing the road. And I'm just wondering if the extension of the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit going to the closer to the A1088, whether there could be a section there where it's actually reduced to 20 miles an hour during school times, which you very often see around, so that you get half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the evening, so that traffic would really have to slow down. And I do understand the problems associated with a bit of video, but we cannot make planning for stupid drivers who try and beat things and can't be prepared to wait for a few minutes and take things at a nice leisurely pace. All right? That is my question.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Can we come back on that now? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. So there's a new Toucan crossing going in over on Bardwell Road to the south of the new access, which will facilitate safe crossing of Bardwell Road towards the schools. Peter, can you comment on the changing the speed limit?
The 20's plenty arrangement, to my knowledge, tends often not to be a legally enforceable speed limit change, but it's just more of a message to drivers to change their behaviour in the location. They are normally positioned directly outside schools so that the association for drivers with the movement of the pupils and the school is really pretty clear. So it's a little unorthodox to think about putting a 20's plenty on the main road, which is distant from the school, for the purposes of slowing the traffic down to assist the pedestrians. I think the more useful measures to get the children across that road will be the formal crossing points that are going in and the speed limit change.
Thank you, Peter.
Sorry, I said the speed limit extension is what I meant to say.
Yes,
Pardon me.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question with regards to what we have as a possible routes forwards. Obviously, the existing issue with the buses is not the developer's problem to fix. However, the buses situation will be exacerbated by the extra junction on Bardwell Road. We've heard very good reasons why it has to be on Bardwell Road and not onto the main road. So it has to be there. So I would just like to readdress it. To my understanding, it's not necessarily fixing the existing problem with the buses. It's the fact that that problem is going to get significantly worse with this development's output of traffic onto that road at that point. We've looked at all of the options for the road, and there is nowhere else for this site to output its traffic onto the highway network. So I would like to reassess, is there anything we can do with regards to conditioning 106, etc., to therefore, as we are putting this exit onto the road where the buses currently are, move the buses to make that new exit reasonable for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think both the objectors and the highway officer voiced compelling arguments. My interest lies in Peter's case, the highways officer's perspective that he worked on the brief defined within our local plan, which is access off of Bardwell Road. Therefore, my assumption is that the use of the 1088 was never explored as an option to the site. So my point is, if we refuse this application, is there scope for going back to re-examine the access, a new access of the 1088? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Okay. Over to you.
In response to Councillor London's comments, as officers, we don't consider the bus situation being exacerbated by the new access. That is an existing situation that's occurring. The speed limit will be moved further north. Traffic will be travelling at lower speeds along that section of Bardwell Road. So that there shouldn't, it should improve the situation rather than make it worse in an officer's view, and as supported by the Highways Authority.
Yeah. It's a difficult question you put in terms of could an alternative access be explored. The access is in accordance with our local plan. So as a planning authority, we have allocated what we consider to be the appropriate access for that site. That plan has been approved, it exists, and we're not, until we start our next local plan process, we don't reopen those allocations and sort of start reconfiguring them. They exist, and that is the plan-led process that allows both members of the community but also people developing sites to have comfort and understand what the requirements are and what the risks are of developing sites. That's why there's a lot of risk associated with doing something that doesn't accord to the plan, because there's no guarantee that it would be acceptable. Should this be refused on that basis, you know, it is then up to the applicant to decide what they want to do next. They, of course, be perfectly entitled to appeal that decision and let a planning inspector decide. They would be guided by our local plan, because that is the manner in which planning law is set out in this country. That's the primacy of the plan. So it's a difficult one in terms of, could it be reconsidered? I mean, anything can be considered, but the framework that we work within is one which we are led by the plans that have been developed and then adopted by our council.
Sorry, I don't mean to prolong it, but when it goes into the local plan and it's decided that that is the access, are you telling us that there is a highway survey done every time?
So there's a very long process that goes into the local plan when sites will come forward and they'll be considered and they'll have to look to see whether or not it's possible to achieve the development. So there's lots of different highways testing along that process. Now there's a different level of highway testing that happens at an application stage, and this was kind of articulated quite nicely by Luke in respect of that much wider site when he was saying, look, we looked at the transport impacts of that site in the local plan process and now we're looking again. So there will have been transport information available and work that would have been undertaken both on behalf of us as a local authority. So we have people working for us and providing expert highways advice. It will also have been scrutinised by the county council in their role in terms of a highway authority. So there is thought and evidence that is put into the allocations, and then that evidence is tested robustly through the examination process.
Councillor Glossop, please.
Clear that we're not very happy with this application as it stands. We're now into December, and I believe that we'll be starting our new local plan in January. Could we defer this so it gets looked again in our next local plan so we can reconsider the entrance of the 1088? Thank you.
My opinion would be that wouldn't be a reasonable deferment because it's not relating to the application in front of us. In fact, it's not relating to the plan in front of us. So it's taking even that one step further. In terms of reasonableness, I don't think that would be reasonable, would be my view.
Thank you, Penny. Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, your mic is not on. It was on and it's
Thank you
now
very
on.
much.
Okay.
I understand all the problems that we have perceived with this application. It is part of our local plan. I understand the position about the buses, which I am happy with. The buses are there in the afternoon. Mid-afternoon is not when most people will be going in and out of this access. It's going to be busy first thing in the morning. Everybody goes everywhere at 8:30 to 9 o'clock, but the buses don't wait then. It's in the afternoon that they wait. The access, I believe that with the adjustment of the speed limit and everything, and the crossings, that everything has been done to mitigate the problems with children. There are only going to be the extra children coming from the site crossing the road, and they are going to have access. And for all those reasons, I would like to propose that we accept this application.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Can I ask again for a seconder? Councillor Dicker just beat you to it, Councillor Mulway White. He's more sprightly than he appears.
Mine's not gone off.
There we go. Yes, I'm happy to second the application. If anything, it's really to get this going. So we move on. I'm actually feeling a bit guilty because I was going to second Councillor Holder. But I thought other people might be interested, but didn't. So yes, I'm happy to second it. I mean, I've listened very much again to what's been said, and well, the way I'm looking at it now is yes, it's in our local plan. It's gone through all of that, and more should have been said at that time. But obviously, an inspector has accepted what we've got. This is the application in front of us. Members got to remember that. This is what we are. We're not designers here. We are just councillors looking and determining what's in front of us. So I am happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Digger. Right. Does any member wish to add any comments? Thank goodness. I would just like to get to a proposal and we'll know where the committee are, won't we, to be fair? That's what I'd like to get to. Are there any outstanding issues, Sarah, from your perspective? Okay. Right. We've now got a proposal for approval by Councillor Sayer, and that's seconded by Councillor Dicker. And that approval is in line with the officer's recommendation. There are clearly conditions in the report that apply. There were further ones articulated by Sarah early on, and of course the S106 contributions.
And the change that Councillor London said in respect of the roads.
Oh, yes, and your suggested change, Councillor London. Okay, on that basis, could I see a show of hands in favour of approval, please? And those against, please? Abstention. Yeah, Councillor London.
Okay, so that is 9 votes in favour, 1 vote against, 1 abstention. Motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. On the agenda, this is the application for Hale House, which is 152 Wesley Road, Bury St Edmunds, and the presenting case officer, in the absence of Oliver, who is not well, is Charlotte. So over to you, Charlotte. Sorry?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. The application we have before you today is for a 1.5-storey side extension and a 4-bay garage at Hale House on Westley Road. So we have the site location plan for you here. This is the site in red. As you can see, it's a fairly substantial dwelling. It sits within a spacious plot. I would just draw your attention to 150, which sits to the side of the dwelling. I think you're going to hear from the neighbouring occupants today, but we have had concerns raised about the impact of the proposed development on these residents, and members did visit both properties on Monday as part of the site visit. So these are the existing and proposed plans. Existing on the left, proposed on the right, so we can see the extension here and the garage at the front. As you can see, the proposed garage matches that of an existing garage on the site. And again, you can see the neighbouring dwelling, 150 here, just if you can appreciate that relationship. So this next plan shows us the existing and proposed elevations from the front. Existing on the left, this is the proposed on the right. As members noted on Monday, there is a considerable change in land level going up to the east, so that's shown in the grey at the bottom of this plan. This is the garage at the front with the extension behind it, and that's the change in topography there. And that's just a view of the front elevation. So the garage has been removed just so you can see what that extension looks like. And these are the views from the rear. So again, existing on your left, proposed on the right. This is the extension that we're looking at. We did have amended plans submitted during the course of the application, which changed the roof shape of that extension, utilising a full hipped roof, which has helped to improve the design of it, as well as remove some of that bulk from the common boundary. So this image is from the parking area within the application site, looking to the east. So this is the garage that we have proposed, and this is a section through the proposed extension. So the land level again is shown in this dark grey with the fence line above. So I know they're fairly difficult to read on the screen, but this is the fence line that we're looking at here, which just about lines up with the eaves of the garage. And that will hopefully be a bit clearer on this plan. So this would be the view from the neighbouring dwelling at 150. So they sit on higher land than the application site, which is shown in that dark grey. So then the lighter colour we have here is the fence line, which is just below 2 metres. And then it's the roof of the garage that you would then see above that boundary. So again, these are some really useful plans to help demonstrate the relationship between these two properties, which has been officers' main consideration during this application. So the plan on the left-hand side shows the proposed development, and I'm looking at the garage in particular, given that that's closer to the neighbour. This is the neighbouring house. Members that were with us on Monday will remember entering this living room here, which was close to the boundary, and looking at that view out. So you can see here that the garage it's in line, it's about halfway down that living room there. And then the plan that we have on the right-hand side, again, it just demonstrates that change in levels. So this living room, you can see again here, and you can see that change in levels. You can see the boundary hedge and fence, and then the proposed garage there. Officers have carefully considered this relationship during the course of the planning application, and whilst the garage in particular will alter the view from the neighbouring living room, officers do not consider the proposal to result in a significant loss of amenity. I have the plans for you there which show the proposed extension, some additional amenity space for the occupants, and a 3D view of the plans. And then just moving on to some photographs. So again, this is the application site. You can see this raised ground here, and this is where the proposed additions are. Taken from a similar position, you can see the existing garage and parking area. You can actually see the house next door has done a similar extension. And again, showing this boundary here on the right-hand photo. This is a view taken from 150 next door. It's taken from the garden area. And again, you can see that boundary there and the views over. Similarly, looking that way to the east with that boundary there. The left-hand photograph here is taken from Westley Road. So you can see that none of the additions proposed would be visible within the street scene. And the dwelling to the right is taken further down Westley Road, and that shot spans across the neighbouring dwelling, and you can see Hale House in the background. Whilst we were on the site visit, it was mentioned whether an additional condition could be added, which restricted external lighting on the site. And so I have recommended one here. Prior to the installation of any external lighting, details thereof shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Any lighting shall be installed in accordance with the approved details. And officers feel that that's a reasonable condition and will remove any further impact on the neighbours through disturbance from lighting. So overall, officers are content that whilst the proposed garage roof will be visible from the neighbouring living room, and it will undoubtedly change the outlook that they're used to, given the topography of the site, officers do not believe that the development as a whole will result in significant loss of light, overshadowing or amenity to the adjacent occupants. The application is considered to accord with adopted local policy and is recommended for approval with the conditions in your papers, with the addition of the lighting condition currently on your screens. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Charlotte. Right, we turn to the public speakers. We've got Caroline Lee, who is the neighbour at 150 Westley Road. We've got Councillor Richard O'Driscoll, who is one of the two ward members for the property concerned. And we've got Chris Reed, the architect. Caroline, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Chairman and members of the committee, good afternoon. Our purpose this afternoon is to make clear our objections to the extension and, more importantly, the garage block. Firstly, the extension. The plans are misleading. The dining room actually forms part of the existing house. The extension is for entertainment purposes only, comprising bar, games room and cinema. Our principal concern with the extension is noise disturbance, without any noise controls.
The proposed bar door leading to a raised terrace creates an extended bar area and sits at just 1.6 metres from the boundary. Surely this door is superfluous. The split-level bar games room already benefits from double doors giving access to the lower terrace. The amended hip roof does nothing to address noise disturbance. Whilst welcome, it has successfully diverted attention from the more serious and fundamental issues. Next, the garage block objections. Positioned in line with our primary living space, the survey describes the block as a 2-storey building. This ancillary building is simply huge. Some 12 metres long, with a ridge height meeting our main house eaves, the entire roof towers a whopping 3.5 metres above the boundary, despite the reduced levels. Thanks to scaled plans, a 75% loss of natural light source from the west is calculated. Described in the report as an insignificant loss of light, we request evidence of this claim and repeat our right to light rule established 33 years ago. After all, this is the sole living space available to our wheelchair-dependent mother. The overbearing proximity of the garage block creates a dark corridor, increasing risk for wheelchair access to the rose garden. In short, we ask you to focus on the garage location, which is a very serious issue for us. Absurdly, the only justification for the garage location is to frame, and I quote, the symmetrical house elevation. We ask, should an ancillary building and a cosmetic desire for symmetry outweigh the detrimental and adverse effects on our home? Lastly, our mother. The centre of our objection. At 94, she is already totally confined to our home and immediate garden. The noise and disturbance of a build period would result in total unwanted confinement to her bedroom. The inescapable reality of the finished project will be unbearable for her to face. Members of the committee, your decision will be made in moments, but the legacy of your decision will be very long-lasting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Councillor O'Driscoll, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak. And I'm also grateful to the committee for undertaking a site visit earlier this week, because I'm sure, like me, you'll seeing the site for yourself presents quite a different picture to one that's presented in the plans. I'd also like to make clear that Councillor Higgins, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, shares my views on this matter. We both have serious concerns about this application and the direct adverse impact it will have on the neighbouring property at 150. The property at 152 is already of a significant scale, and in my view, it is out of keeping with neighbouring properties. It is enormous, I think, for a town centre property. The application takes the built environment right to the edge of the boundary with 150. The nature of the proposal will undoubtedly have an adverse visual impact, and I think that's very clear to anyone who's seen the site. It will also add to noise levels, because there will be increasing vehicle movements right up to the boundary of the neighbouring house. There'll be garage-based activities, because we all know people don't just park their cars in garages, they often do other work there too. And the obvious entertainment that's intended from the changes to the extended part of the house will also add considerably to noise through the extension plan there. It will also impact on privacy. There is, in my opinion, likely to be light pollution from a number of different sources, and it was pleasing to hear of the proposal that's been made to some of the external lighting, but let's not forget the internal lighting too, that will have an impact. I think when people consider a home, we're not just talking about the internal building, we are talking about the garden too. And there is no doubt this changes the nature of the environment in which the house is situated. I believe there are two major material considerations. One, I don't believe this development is in keeping with the neighbourhood. And secondly, I do believe that it has a very significant adverse impact on a neighbouring property. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. And we come to you, Chris. You've got 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. It's been pointed out already by Charlotte in the drawings that the adjacent property is significantly higher, has a significantly higher ground level than the applicant's property, with the ground floor level of the adjacent property at 1.3 metres above the floor level of the applicant property, and the fence some 3 metres above the ground floor level. The proposals are set into the embankments, and which significantly reduces visibility and impact on the adjacent property, along with the sloping roof that slopes away from the adjacent property, helping again to mitigate impact. The character of this part of Wesley Road is defined by large detached houses, many of which have undergone significant extensions. The neighbouring property at number 154 has been substantially modernised and extended recently, increasing its floor area by 240%. For this application, officers noted that the generous curtilage could accommodate the scale of the development without resulting in overdevelopment. It also acknowledged that the eastern elevation is potentially sensitive due to the lower position of the neighbouring property. However, it concluded that the extension would not negatively impact on the neighbouring property, despite two-storey extensions to both sides very close to our applicant's boundary. The officer did not raise concerns about the overbearing impact of those extensions on number 152, citing absence of first-floor windows and the subservient nature of the extensions in support for the designs. This recent approval is a material consideration and sets a precedent in support of our proposals. In contrast, the proposed extension of number 152 is considerably smaller and designed in a sympathetic style. It is positioned well north of 150 and will have no adverse impact on the neighbour's amenity. The proposals accord with policies LP17 and LP9. Letters of objection note that proposals have been represented inaccurately. This is incorrect. They also refer to the removal of existing tree belts along the boundary, which is also incorrect. Concern is raised regarding the disturbance during construction and occupation. The client is an experienced building contractor who will ensure a smooth and efficient building programme and construction of the works, and will be happy to manage particularly disruptive activities with the neighbours to minimise disruption. As a family living in the property, neighbours can rest assured it will not be used for corporate entertainment or Airbnb, as has been suggested. However, it must be recognised by this committee that such reasons for...
Chris, that's 3 minutes. Can you just give us one sentence and finish up?
Yes, these reasons for refusal are not material planning considerations, and we ask that you make your decisions based on planning policy alone and recognise the support of the Town Council and the planning officers.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And before I hand over to the committee, I would just like to say thank you for allowing us. And we must have turned up and looked like a bedraggled and soaking wet group of councillors. And thank you for bearing with us on that. So, members, now it's the committee. Councillor Glossop, please.
Yes, can I just have it clarified, please? The officers said it wouldn't have an effect on the shadowing, but then the person speaking said it would have a 75%. I just want to know why we haven't had in the past, when we've had issues over shadowing, we've had I don't know.
Shadow diagram.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chairman. So that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
There's no further request to speak at this point. Okay, can you come back on that, Charlotte, please?
So it's a matter of planning judgment. We haven't had a shadow assessment carried out, and I haven't seen an assessment that refers to the 75%. Officers are able to look at the plan and the orientation of the buildings and felt that we were able to make a reasonable judgment on that, which is why we concluded that we didn't feel it would have a significant overshadowing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Charlotte. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Just a quick question. It's actually really difficult when we're told one thing and then we're told, oh, that's incorrect, and it seems there's a little bit of sort of he said, she said going on, and I just wondered if officers have any clarity on the stuff about the trees that were removed and the sort of accuracy of the plans and all the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Mildmay-White, please.
I appreciated going on the site visit, and thank you for letting us into your house and things. And I completely understand, and I do appreciate how upsetting it is for neighbours when development takes place practically on the boundary. It is going to be a very bulky garage. I'm not quite sure why it has to be nearly 2 stories just to get cars in. But I can't, in all honesty, come up with any grounds for refusing this. And so it is with a heavy heart that I propose we move this application for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mildmay-White. Is that seconded, please? Councillor Chester just beat you, Councillor Bull.
Reiterating Councillor Mildmay-White's perspective, in planning terms, there's very little reason to turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Did you want to make a contribution at this point, Councillor Bull, or were you?
No, I agree. It's not an easy decision.
No. Okay, there's no current request for members. Yes, please. We'll go to final responses from officers.
Just to come back on your point about the trees, there are trees at the front of the site. They might not have been visible in all the photographs, but the site is quite well treed from Westley Road. There were a group of silver birch trees on the right-hand side. They were protected, and we have had an application recently to remove some of them. They weren't between the application site and the neighbours. They sat closer to Westley Road. So whilst they may have obscured some of the views of the driveway, they wouldn't have obscured it of any of the development that we're looking at today. They did go through a planning application or a tree preservation application, and our tree officer looked at them and didn't feel that they were worthy of a protection order. So we did agree their removal.
Thank you, Charlotte. That concludes the responses from officers. No further questions. So I'll put the proposal to the committee, which is to approve the application in line with the officer's recommendation, which includes the conditions contained within the report and the additional lighting condition that was articulated by Charlotte earlier. I don't think I've missed any this time. No. So could I see a show of hands in favour, please, of approving the application? Those against, please. Abstention, please. Okay.
Thank you. That's 8 votes in favour, 2 votes against, 1 abstention. Motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. Thank you, members. Thank you.